My name is Squidward. wash. Let me ask you something. What do you normally look for in body wash? Do you look for clean ingredients? Native Body Wash leaves your skin feeling soft and hydrated and froths up into a luxurious lather. It's residue-free, it leaves your skin feeling silky smooth, and it smells amazing. It has clean, effective, and simple ingredients that are easy to understand.
Like coconut oil and shea butter.
It's phthalate and dye-free. It's vegan and cruelty-free. It's made with plant-based ingredients, purified ingredients, and gentle cleansers. I just started using Native Body Wash because they sent me 3 different bottles. They sent me unscented, eucalyptus and mint, and coconut and vanilla. My favorite is eucalyptus and mint because it makes me feel extra fresh. Native Body Wash gets nice and frothy. It'd be perfect for bubble baths, even though I don't take them. But you could. I really like squishing Native Body Wash with my hands and my little squishy thing.
Wow. That's a lot of bubbles, huh?
There's a wide range of choices for scent, with new scents being released all the time. Whether you want to smell spicy, woodsy, clean, or crisp, there's an option for everybody. Also, launching in January 2023, so right now, Native just launched their candy shop selection. Satisfy your sweet tooth with Native's spin on some of your favorites. Gummy bears, sweet cinnamon hearts, sour berry belts, and strawberry and vanilla taffy. Native has even more to offer, attending to all of your personal care needs. They even have hand and body lotion and deodorant. Treat yourself to the ultimate self-care package and don't miss out on their new limited edition scents. 3 body washes are normally $27, but if you use my link and my code AVINCENT, you'll get them for $17. That's 40% off. Don't miss out. This is a limited time offer. With my code, you can also get 20% off of any deodorant or lotion.
Native Body Wash. Brought to you by Native Body Wash.
How's it spelled?
A-E-L-S-E-L.
H-E-L.
Showing up on the first page of Google might not be the best for everyone. But for business owners, it is. Take My Vintage's online store. It ranks for thousands of competitive keywords, like vintage clothing, which gets loads of searches on a monthly basis. And 80% of that traffic goes to their site. They also rank for over 1,000 images on Google. All of this drives tons of organic traffic every single month, leading to incredible organic growth year over year and a lot more sales. For those who want to be seen, Wix.com/SEO.
A partnership is critical to ensuring patient health.
We need to empower dental professionals and give them scientific information.
Making sure that patients are cared for. Our passion is this work.
It is exciting to really improve people's lives.
Good morning again, Council.
Good morning.
Let's get on the record the state of Florida versus Demons, President's defendant, this council and the assistant state attorneys, the jury, my understanding is in the jury room. So we'll be starting shortly. Anything to discuss?
Not from us.
The only thing I want to touch base on is, can I see you cyber up second? That's fine. Thank you.
Your Honor, with your permission, I'll have Ms. Curry resume the witness stand.
Great. Y'all ready? ready? Okay. All set? Let's bring him in.
Jury entering.
Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the vote of our jury as well as the defendant, Mr. Dennis counsel, his assistant state attorneys, and one of our witnesses, Ms. Curie. Madam, I just want to remind you, you remain under oath. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you all had a good night. We're going to start now, I think, with the cross-examination by Mr. Edelstein. If you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr.
Good morning.
I just have a few questions. You mentioned something about casings.
Yes, sir.
That you found, I think your exact word was spent casings.
Correct.
What does that mean?
So it's the exterior metal jacket that falls off or protrudes off after the projectile cycles through the firearm.
That is, if you have a bullet, the back end of the bullet, correct?
Correct.
And the reason you tested it for DNA was because there are times where you can get the DNA of a person who puts the bullet into the gun, correct?
That is correct.
And nobody has the same DNA.
That is correct.
You don't know any of the results, but that's why you tested for DNA in the casings, correct?
That is correct.
Now, you also indicated that you went to an apartment. I think it was located at 5700 Toscana Place, apartment.
I'm gonna give you what you want, what you need, that I can't do.
307.
Correct.
You knew before you went in, did you not, that that apartment was rented to Jameson Francois?
I would have to refer to my report. I don't recall.
Okay. You mentioned, and I'm going to get to it in a second. You mentioned that you went there pursuant to Detective Moretti's request, I believe, correct?
That is correct.
And that he had a warrant to search that residence.
That is correct.
Let me May I approach to show this witness a document?
What is it marked? Is it marked or is it?
It's not marked.
State of objection? Go ahead.
Let me show you, may I approach you? May I show you a document and see if this refreshes your recollection now? Point two.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem. Does that refresh your recollection as to whose apartment that was?
Yes, sir.
Whose apartment was it?
Francois.
Jameson Francois.
Jameson Francois.
And you met a young lady by the name of Adria Scott, I believe?
Yes.
That turned out to be his wife, correct?
I'm not 100% sure about the relationship between you.
And you mentioned in Mr. Francois' apartment, there was a letter that was addressed to this young man, correct?
That is correct.
And that letter was addressed to this young man at a different address, correct?
I do not recall.
May I approach the witness to see if that refreshes the recollection?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
The letter you found in Mr. Francois' apartment was addressed to this young man at a completely different address, correct?
That is correct.
You also found in Mr. Francois' apartment a storage key, right?
Yes.
And some ammunition, correct?
Correct.
.40 caliber ammunition.
Correct.
As a result of finding this key to the storage unit, you eventually went to that storage unit to search, correct?
Correct.
And that storage unit was owned or rented to Francois and Jameson Francois and his wife, Scott, correct?
That is correct.
In that storage room owned by Mr. Francois and his wife, you found, did you not, 3 holsters?
That is correct.
You found some gun locks in there?
That is correct.
Did you find any guns in the storage unit that was owned by Mr. Francois?
No.
Do you know if anyone questioned Mr. Francois where the guns were?
I wouldn't know that.
That's not your job.
Correct.
Can I have one moment, Rob?
Yes, sir.
And did I hear you correctly that you are in the Navy?
I work for the Naval Criminal Investigative Service.
Are you part of the military?
No, I'm not.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Counsel, thank you. Is there anything further?
Investigator Curry, you mentioned you found some holsters.
Yes.
With regards to the holsters, was there a back strap included?
Yes, there was.
What type of back strap was it?
I would need to refresh my memory.
We're looking at your property receipt of the recovered items. I'll refresh your memory.
Yes.
Has your memory been refreshed?
Yes, it has.
Okay. Looking at the property receipt, I'll ask you again, what type of back straps were found?
Block.
Nothing further.
This witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down, ma'am. You're excused. Counsel, want to call your next witness, please?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Deputy Raymond Maycock.
morning, you are.
Good morning, Deputy Raymond.
Welcome. This is our witness stand. When you get there, what I'd like to do is just remain standing for a bit. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Raymond Maycock Jr.
Please spell your first and last name for the court.
First name R-A-Y-M-O-N-D. Last name M-A-Y-C-O-C-K.
Thank you, sir.
Please have a seat.
Thank you.
That microphone adjusts up or down, not back and forth.
Yes, sir.
You ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury with your name and where you're currently employed?
Good morning. My name is Raymond Maycock. I'm currently employed with the Broward Sheriff's Office in the Central and State Division.
And what's your title?
I'm a deputy, detention deputy, I'm sorry.
And how long have you been employed by DSO?
I've been employed for 6 years now.
As a detention deputy?
Yes, ma'am.
And where exactly do you work as a detention deputy?
I work in the booking area.
Okay, at the jail, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are your duties and responsibilities?
I'm responsible for processing inmates that come in and out of jail.
Okay, and does that processing include fingerprinting defendants that come in and out of the jail?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what is that, I'm going to turn your attention to February 13, 2019. What does that entail when an individual comes in?
When an individual comes in, I fingerprint them, take the first shot, and process all their arrest data.
Okay, and during the course of your normal duties as a detention deputy, did you come into contact with the defendant Ynwmelly back on February 13th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did you come into contact with him?
In the processing area.
And what was your role in processing the defendant?
My fingerprinting.
And similar to your general duties, you would have processed him, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing the witness what was previously shown to defense counsel as states U for identification. Deputy, can you take a look at that? It's a 2-page document, and when you're done, you can look up. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
How is it that you recognize it?
It has my CCN on it.
And what is your CCN?
It's a work ID.
Is that unique to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this in the same or substantially the same condition as when you last took it back on February 13th of 2019?
No, ma'am.
What's the difference?
I took the fingerprints on an electronic monitor.
And does BSO then store that electronic document in their BSO system?
Yes, ma'am.
Other than that, any change?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves into evidence what was pre-marked as states U as states next numbered exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
States U will be marked states 27.
Deputy, do you have any further involvement? With the defendant, Mr. Demmons?
No, ma'am.
Do you see the defendant, Jamel Demmons, in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you point him out by an article of clothing and his location in the courtroom?
He's sitting to my right-hand side, has on a sweater and a suit jacket.
Is that the individual that you fingerprinted back on February 13th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Is there any cross-examination?
Just briefly.
state calls Inger Allen.
I have a bachelor's degree in accounting, and I received 1 year of training to become an analyst, and we did a 40-hour course with the FBI, and we do continuous training yearly to keep up to date with what's going on in the forensic science unit.
Excuse me, hey, Christopher, can we go sidebar?
Sure.
Me llamo Cecilia y trabajo por Lowe's como cajera. A mí me encanta la flexibilidad que Lowe's ofrece a la gente, a la persona, porque yo soy estudiante, así que puedo estudiar y puedo trabajar. Así que me encanta mucho la flexibilidad que ofrecen. Siento como que estoy en mi casa, en mi familia. A mí me encanta.
off and you were discussing your forensic training, right? And you do forensic proficiency testing?
Yes,
And how often is that done?
yearly.
Okay. And how many times in your work week do you say that you perform comparisons?
Every day,
And how often in your career have you performed comparisons?
1,000.
And have you previously testified in court,
Yes,
specifically here in the state of Florida?
yes,
How many times?
86.
And in this particular case, did you receive a comparison request from the state attorney's office?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'm showing the witness was previously been shown to counsel as states double B for identification. Do you recognize page 1?
Yes, I do.
And how is it that you recognize that document?
Because I see my markings on there.
Okay, and those markings were made during the course of your comparison in this case?
Yes, they were.
Any alterations or deletions to that document?
No.
I'm also approaching with what's in evidence in states 27. Do you recognize states 27?
Yes, I do.
And how is it that you also recognize states 27?
Because I see my markings.
Okay. Is states 27 and what's currently now marked as for identification purposes is states double B what you received for comparison in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence what's been pre-marked as states BB as the next numbered exhibit.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Objection noted, so ruled.
States BB will be marked states 28.
Just gonna retrieve this. Now, can you walk us through your comparison steps? What is that process like?
We follow a process. It's ACE-V, which stands for analysis, comparison, evaluation, and verification.
Okay, let's talk about the analysis phase. What does that entail?
That is when we look at the evidence and we determine whether it is quality enough for us to make a comparison.
Okay, and Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to provide these to you in case you need them for reference. States 27 and 28. So in your analysis step, what's the first thing that you're doing when you have states 26 and 27?
I'm looking at the quality of the prints that we receive.
And are you using any tools to assist you in this process?
Yes, we use a 4-time.
When it comes to video creation, every detail matters. So go to Artlist and start creating without limits.
4-power magnifying glass.
And in this particular case, when you completed your analysis stage, was it sufficient for you to move on to the next phase?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and the next phase you identified as the comparison phase.
Yes.
What does that phase entail?
That's when we look for details and minutia.
Okay, and what specifically, which exhibit are you looking for the minutia and detail in?
The evidence.
So in front of you, if you can identify for the record state's number on the back.
BB.
Which is now in evidence, it states 27. 28, my apologies, 28. So you're looking for minutia and detail. Why is that important?
Because that is how I am able to determine whether it's quality enough for me to make an actual comparison.
And was states 28 of quality value for you to compare and make a comparison in this case?
Yes, it was.
And we move on to the next stage at this point, the evaluation phase.
The evaluation is where once I make a comparison and I determine that it is enough or not enough detail for me to make a conclusion, and that is when I do say yes, that it's either source identification or non-ident, or if it's inconclusive, where I can't make a determination.
Okay, so there are a few options in every case, right? So you have source identification, you can exclude it, or it's inconclusive.
Correct.
Now, at this particular stage of comparison phase, what did you determine in this case?
That it was source identification.
Okay, and what was that based on?
That these two set of fingerprints were from the same source.
So states number 27, is that correct? And states number 28 are
Correct.
from the same source,
Yes,
meaning that the fingerprints that you compared are of the same source.
yes.
And what about the V stage, the verification stage?
Verification stage is where I give my paperwork to another analyst for them to do the technical verification of the work that I did.
Okay, and after, and before your verification step, you indicated earlier that there's some markings on the document. Are those markings, when are those markings made?
When?
Yes.
When I do my report.
So throughout the evaluation stage, before the verification stage, you're making those markings?
Correct.
And so when you're completed with the verification stage, do you formalize your opinion or your determination in writing?
Yes.
And that's placed on a report?
Yes.
Your Honor, a moment to confirm. Your Honor, can I retrieve the evidence from the witness?
Yes.
And at this time, the state's requesting to publish states 27 and 28.
You may.
Publishing states 27.
Excuse me, Garrett.
And you should be able to see it in front of your screen, but states 27, you indicated the markings. Are those at the top left right here that I'm pointing to?
Yes.
Those markings that you've made?
Yes.
Now publishing states 28. And the markings that you referred to in states 28, are those here that I'm pointing to on the bottom right?
Yes.
And you indicated that the source of the identification on states 28 and on states 27 were the same source?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Counsel, is there any cross-examination?
I have nothing to say. Thank you.
This witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down. You're excused. Counsel, want to call your next witness, please?
After this time, the state would be publishing the additional video from state 7, and we'll be doing that 30 minutes entered into evidence.
And actually, there's some movements into evidence as well. Your Honor, pursuant to public records, I'm moving to evidence that was pre-marked as state CC as the next state's number exhibit. I've
Sure,
previously
counsel.
shown it to counsel. This is what's going on.
Is there any objection?
Just to the relevance, Your Honor, objection relevance.
Can I see it, please?
Yes, Your Honor. You have a second?
That'll be admitted.
Let's schedule it.
State CC tomorrow states 29.
Your Honor, permission to publish dates 29.
You may.
completes the publishing of State's Exhibit 29. Now, the Senate State resumes publishing of State 7. Channel 1, October 26, 2018, time on video 0208. Channel 1, October 26, 2018, time on video 2:11:11. Channel 1, 10/26/2018, 2:17:43. Channel 3, 10/26/2018, 2:11. Channel 3, 10/26/18, 2:17:34. 23, 10, 26, 18, 2, 19, 35. Ten 26, 2018, 2/20/07. Ten 26, 2018, 2/21/28. Ten 26, 2018, 02/28/38. Ten 26, 2018, 2/11/10, Channel 4. Channel 4, 10 26, 2018, 2/17/43. 10/26/2018, 02/21/37. Channel 4, 10/26/2018, 02/28/54. Channel 6, 10/26/18, 02/10/56. Channel 6, 10/26/18, 02/11/28. Channel 6, 10/26/2018, 02/17/33. Channel 6, 10/26/2018, 02/19/37. Channel 6, 10/26, 2018, 02, 21, 28. Channel 6, 10/26, 2018, 02, 22, 42. Channel 6, 10/26, 2018, 02, 24, 29. Channel 6, 10/26, 2018, 02, 25, 34. Channel 6, 10/26, 2018, 02, 27, 09. Channel 6, 10/26, 2018, 02, 28, 38. Channel 7, 10/26, 2018, 02/11/03. Channel 7, 10/26, 18, 02/11/10. Channel 7, 10/26, 2018, 02/17/36. Channel 7, 10/26, 2018, 02/20/11. Channel 7, 10/26, 2018, 02/21/32. Channel 7, 10/26, 18, 02/28/48.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short recess. Do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in presence or research. If you know, okay, thank you. Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped down. Counsel remain along with defendant. You need a restroom break?
Yes.
No, you're.
Oh, I thought you were looking right at me.
He's right. No, he's good. All right, we're in recess. Thank you. Council, you all set, ready to go?
Yes, sir. Council just reviewing the last set of photographs.
Who's your next witness?
Janice Thompson.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Sure. On the record, please. State of Florida versus Dennis, President, Defendants, Counsel, and Assistant State Attorneys. There's an adjourned room. You want to approach? Yes, sir. On the sidebar?
Side.
this state. The case I'm looking at, counsel, is Rodriguez v. States, Supreme Court of Florida, May 26, 2005. And you had noticed, says as a general rule, members of the victim's family should not identify a victim at trial where non-related witnesses are available to make such identification. This rule prevents interjection of matters not germane to the issue of guilt and ensures that the sympathy of the jury is not evoked by the emotional testimony of the family. So that's the general rule. So you're telling me you don't have someone other than the family members to identify the body as a credible non-family member to do that? Thank you. Anything else? I accept your representation. The biggest concern I have is anything on motion. She does not get motion. Where that's what this is all about. That's all well and good. I don't know what the testimony of the witness is going to be, but they're indicating defense will be stipulated to.
We're stating it on the record. Why does it have to be written?
Why does that have to be indicated?
It's a written solution. It needs to be introduced into evidence and be able to go back to the church.
So, counsel, are you going to do that?
We can just have it. I mean, we don't have a printer, and I can do it if she can print it out for us.
I don't think it needs to.
So stipulated to, stipulated to. And this is for the same thing for the, you said Anthony Williams, the same thing for the other electric?
Yes.
Yes? Everybody agrees? Okay, so you can do that.
Okay.
All right, so who's next?
Chris Carter.
Who is?
Chris Carter.
Can I bring the jury in now? Ready?
Yes, sir.
jury entering. Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the presence of the defendant, Mr. Devens, his counsel, assistant state attorneys, and ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, last week, the state is still on its case in chief, so I'm going to ask Madam Prosecutor, Ms. Bradley, you want to call your next witness, please?
Christopher Carter.
Christopher Carter, please. Thank you. Good morning. Are you Mr. Carter?
Yes, sir.
Welcome. Come on up here. This is our witness stand. When you get up there, sir, what I'd like you to do is just remain standing for a bit. Raise your right hand. You sworn?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you share in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Christopher Allen Carter.
Please spell the first and last name for the record.
KRISGOPHERCARTER.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Mr. Carter, that microphone in front of you will adjust up and down, not back and forth.
Sorry to repeat that.
It'll go up or down, but not back and forth. You ready?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, you may.
Thank you. Good morning. How are you today?
Good, yourself.
Could you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and say where you work?
I'm a crime scene investigator for the City of Fort Lauderdale Police Department.
And so, Investigator Carter, how long have you been with the City of Fort Lauderdale as a crime scene investigator?
I am coming up on 4 years as an investigator with the City of Fort Lauderdale.
Prior to working for the City of Fort Lauderdale, where did you work?
I worked for the Miramar Police Department.
What did you do for the Miramar Police Department?
I was a crime scene technician for about 3 years.
What were your job's responsibilities as a crime scene technician for the City of Miramar?
To respond to crime scenes and observe, document, collect, and preserve evidence.
When the 3 years you were there, can you give us a rough time frame?
I started about August of 2016 and transferred to Fort Lauderdale July of 2019.
What types of training and education did you have to work in crime scene?
I got my associate's degree at the Broward College in crime scene and also have over 100 hours in training related to forensics and crime scene investigation.
Are you required to do continual training on a yearly basis?
When able to do the budgetary reasons, yes.
With regards to the training and stuff that you've completed with the Miramar Police Department before you started engaging in casework, can you describe a little bit about that?
The training that I went through, like I said, was the associate's degree in the program through Broward College, and within that you are taught how to respond to crime scenes, how to observe crime scenes, how to observe evidence on crime scenes, and how to properly document and preserve those pieces of evidence and collect them.
Are you trained specifically in areas such as photography?
Yes.
What types of training and experience do you have in photography and documenting a crime scene?
During the associate's degree, I went through a particular class that was geared towards forensic photography, and that was aside from the main forensics degree program.
For forensic photography, what type of equipment do you use?
You use a digital camera, a external light source typically to better illuminate the pieces of evidence. With that would be a flash, and that's about it.
I want to go to October 26th of 2018.
to give an occasion to be involved in a Miramar police case investigation under case number 18-10-06269.
Yes, I did.
At that point, where were you employed?
At the city of Miramar Police Department.
What was your role in that case at first?
I was requested to respond to the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office to observe the autopsies that were executed there, and also to process one of the decedents, and then later on to process the vehicle that was involved in the crime scene.
So at the medical examiner's office, can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where that's located?
It is located in Dayton. I do not have an exact address, but
Is it within the city of Miramar?
no, it is not.
So after you left the medical examiner's office, did you return to the city of Miramar?
Correct.
You indicated you helped in processing a vehicle.
Correct.
Did you take photographs while you were processing that vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Approximately how many photographs did you take?
I believe it was around 422.
Prior to coming into court today, did you have a chance to review a much smaller selection of those 422 photographs?
Yes, I did.
Are these showing you what's been marked as states D for identification? It's a composite of photographs. Did you have an opportunity to look through these before you came into court today?
Yes, I did.
Do they fairly and accurately represent the photographs you took on October 26th of 2018?
They do.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states D and as states 30 and published to the jury.
Is there any objection?
No.
So they'll be admitted that's composite, is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
How many photographs?
I have to double check on that. Just a moment. I believe it is 65.
States D will be marked states 30.
I'm sorry, what number?
30.
Thank you.
Investigator Clark, you can touch the screen as well to indicate areas of interest. 65 photos, Your Honor. Starting with photo number 1. What is this?
This is a photo identifier that we take prior to the crime scene to properly show the date the photographs were taken, the case number related to it, and the type of case and the location where the photographs were taken.
What location is 2811 Southwest 186th Avenue?
That is the Miramar Police Department substation.
Okay. The next photo, what are we looking at here?
This is a piece of evidence tape that was used to seal the garage that the vehicle was kept in.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is the evidence tape seal for?
The evidence tape seal is, I guess should be explained, the seal to show that nobody has entered the premises from the time of when the investigator sealed the premises to when now I am responding and photographing the seal.
Was this seal here at the bottom of the large doors still intact when you responded?
Yes, it was.
Moving on to the interior door. What are we looking at in this photograph?
Again, you were looking at a seal of evidence tape that was placed by the investigator prior to their leaving, and then when I arrived, I photographed the seal to show that it was still sealed upon my arrival.
Moving on to the next photograph. What are we looking at here?
This is Detective Mark Moretti reading the search warrant for the vehicle.
The vehicle in question, what is it?
I believe it was a Jeep Compass.
Is that the same that's indicated on that photo in the red lettered writing?
Yes.
Moving on to the next photo. What are we looking at in here? I'm going to zoom in here to the hood area.
That is another piece of evidence tape used to seal the vehicle in the same way that we sealed the premises prior to a search warrant. The vehicle and all of its entries are sealed prior to the search warrant being executed.
So, for example, now looking at the screen down here at the bottom of the passenger side doors, that red item, is that the same evidence tape we've been looking at?
Yes, it is.
Moving on to the next photo. What are we looking at in this image?
This is showing the front passenger side portion of the vehicle.
Moving on to the next photo.
This is showing the exterior of the front passenger side and rear passenger side doors.
Have you begun executing and searching the search warrant at this point?
No, I have not.
So what is the purpose of all these exterior outside photos?
All these are to document the vehicle in which I found it when I responded to the search warrant, and all photos are taken prior to execution of the search warrant.
So again, going to the rear door seal, was that one still intact?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And the rear trunk seal, was that one still intact?
Yes, it was.
The initials MK that are on that, do you know who those belong to?
Yes, that is Michael Kelly, which was my supervisor at the time.
You read my mind as to my next question. On the back of this vehicle photo, what is the tag number of the Florida tag that was assigned?
India Echo Kilo Delta 22.
For those of us not in law enforcement, can you please translate?
IEK D22.
The India Echo Kilo Delta that you just used, what is that commonly referred to? The alphabet.
The phonetical.
Going on, what are we looking at on this image?
This is showing the driver's side exterior of the vehicle.
And going to the seals on this particular item.
Sorry, repeat that.
The seals right here on this particular area or item of the door, was it intact?
Yes, it was.
Moving on to the front door seal at the bottom between the front driver's door and the rear driver's door. Was this seal also intact?
Yes, it was.
As to the state of the windows of the car, had they been manipulated in any way while you were taking these pictures?
No, they were not.
Moving on to the final picture of the evidence tape here on the driver's side door by the A column near the hood. Was this evidence seal still intact?
Yes, it was.
What was the VIN or vehicle identification number of this vehicle?
3C4NJDD B2JT198929.
The first photo that we're looking at here was now inside the vehicle. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you're documenting in this photo.
From here, I took photos of the exterior of the vehicle. Then the doors of the vehicle were opened up, and as is, without anything being moved or disturbed, photographs of the interior of the vehicle were collected.
So you say without being anything moved or disturbed. What do you do to make sure that you're not contaminating any of the evidence?
I wear gloves prior to each time touching the vehicle, and that goes with touching my equipment, going back to the vehicle, and vice versa.
The front passenger side view that we're looking at right here. Later on are the items collected.
Yes, they are.
And we'll get to that in a little bit. With what area of the car are we looking at here in this next photo? My apologies.
That is the area between the front passenger seat and the door jamb for the front passenger door.
Okay. Next photo, what are we looking at here?
That is the front passenger side floorboard.
Moving on here, the seats, did you manipulate them in any way before taking this photograph?
No, I did not.
Moving on into the next photograph, what are we looking at there?
Those are gold caps for teeth.
And so it's clear that that's a close-up photo from this rear passenger door. Is that a correct statement?
Yes, that is correct.
When we're looking out this rear passenger door, what are you documenting in this particular area?
I'm documenting the interior of the rear passenger door and the door jamb for the rear passenger door, as well as the seat and the floorboard of the rear passenger.
Moving on to the next image, what are we looking at in this photo?
That is a spent projectile.
So I'm going to go back a photo. Is that the same projectile that is down here?
Yes, it is.
Going forward again, what are we looking at in this image?
That is the rear passenger side floorboard and the items that were found there.
Continuing to the next photo, what are you documenting in this image?
In this image, you can see the partial back of the front passenger side seat, the, again, floorboard of the rear passenger side floorboard, the rear passenger side seat, and a projectile hole that you can see defect on the seat.
And so I'm going to zoom in on an area. Can you explain what you're talking about, the projectile hole?
Yes.
And you can use this screen to touch if you're to draw attention to certain areas.
I observed a defect in the seat that is later on gone into detail.
Okay. Moving on to the next image here. What are we looking at?
This is the rear passenger side seat, as well as the rear center console, and cup holders, and partial of the rear driver's side seat.
This area in the center with the two Sprite cans, is that how you found it, in the down position?
Yes, it was.
In this image here, can you describe a little bit about what's the red and white plastic item on the bottom on the floorboard? What is that?
That is a plastic bag.
Okay. What are you documenting in this image?
This image shows the trunk which had been opened, and in the photograph you can see the car manual and a jacket.
Did you disturb any of the glass? Did any of the glass move when you were opening that trunk?
Not that I recall.
What are you, in this next image, I'm going to go back one. Did you open the rear trunk to get better photographs inside?
Correct.
Is this the interior of the rear trunk lid?
Yes, it is.
Can you kind of describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to how the trunk lid is, how you're taking the picture so they can orient themselves in space?
Correct. In this photo, the orientation is standing in the back of the vehicle. The hatch trunk is opened up, and I'm looking upward at the interior of the trunk.
And so why did you take a picture of this white fuzzy stuff?
I observed a projectile defect.
Moving on to the next photo. What did you document here?
This is a yellow jacket that was found inside the trunk that I observed red stains on.
Why would you document red stains?
Because of it presumptively would be blood.
Did you do any presumptive testing at this point?
Not at this point.
Moving on to this next image. What are we looking at here?
This is the rear driver's side seat. From the vantage point of the driver's side to the driver's side door. It shows the driver's side seat, the driver's side floorboard, as well as some of the cup holders and rear passenger side seat.
Next image, what are we looking at here?
This is also another photo of the rear driver's side and cup holder.
Next image, what are you focusing on in this particular image?
This photo shows the rear driver's side floorboard, which has a Gatorade bottle, a cap, and a white plastic bag.
Moving on to the next image, what are you showing here?
In this image, this shows the interior of the front driver's side door and the somewhat of the interior of the front driver's side seat and floorboard.
Moving on to the next image here, what are you looking at?
This image shows the steering wheel, partial of the front driver's side seat, the center console, and the side of the front passenger side seat.
On the next image now, we have a little bit different. Why do you put these yellow numbers?
These numbers, at the time I called photo markers, now with my agency I refer to them as placards, so I might refer to them also as placards. But these placards show and denote items of interest that will later be collected, and it's easier to recall back to a certain item and to show where that item is.
As you're documenting and collecting the evidence, do you use these photo markers in your reports and notes?
Yes, I do.
So, to go back to the photo of 1, 2, 3, 5, where did you collect the items at photo marker number 1?
Yes, I did.
Do you maintain the liquids that are inside of them when you worked at the Miramar Police Department?
I do not recall.
As to photo marker number 3, did you collect the items of evidence that were there next to photo marker number 3?
Yes, I did.
Moving on to photo marker number 6, did you collect the gold teeth that were in that pocket there?
Yes, I did.
Item number, item number 7, did you collect that item?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
That was the sped projectile.
For item that's at photo marker number 8, what was that and did you collect that?
I believe that is denoting the pair of shoes. Yes, I did.
Okay. And to go to a better picture for photo marker number 9, did you collect the item at photo marker number 9?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
That is a cell phone.
As to photo marker number 10, did you collect the 2 Sprite cans that were there?
Yes, I did.
Going on to the rear of the vehicle, photo markers 12, 13, and 14. Did you collect the various items listed in this photo?
Yes, I did.
Did you have help and assistance in processing this vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Who helped you?
Crime scene technician Tara Carroll.
Did you guys have a plan of attack as to how to process the vehicle?
We split up the vehicle into certain sections and each processed those areas of the vehicle and collected the items that were in relation to those areas.
So it's clear to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what section were you assigned?
I was assigned to the driver's side of the vehicle.
In your report, how did you write down which side you were responsible for?
In the report, it shows that swabs were taken from the passenger side of the vehicle, which was incorrect in the report, and was later shown as a correction in the property receipts, as well as the original swab boxes that were collected on scene.
So let's stop for a second there and explain, when you're collecting swabs, what are you doing?
I am using sterile distilled water and placing that onto a cotton swab and passing that over, rubbing that over an area that in which I either believe there may be the presence of DNA, and that area is processed with the swab, then placed inside a sterile swab box, and on that swab box, I notate where that item was, or what item was swabbed with those swabs.
So let's go very minute, detail by detail. First thing you do is what? When you're getting the swab and you're ready to swab an area. Do you change your gloves?
Correct.
I want very precise.
Yes. I get my new pair of gloves out of the box and take the new sterile swab, open the swab packaging, and seal and sterile, and open up a new sealed container of sterile water, and that water is then placed in drop form on the top of the swab, and then the swab is then rubbed over the area in which I intend to process.
Do you ever dip the swab back into the sterile water and sort of double dipping, for lack of a better term?
Never do that.
After you swab the area, what's the next step you take?
The swab box is opened, the swabs are put inside the swab box, and then that swab box is closed, and then I notate on the swab box what item was processed with those swabs.
Do you complete the property receipt at that same time?
I do not.
When do you complete your property receipt?
The property receipt is completed later on in the office, when the item is then going to be submitted to the Evidence Bureau.
When do you do your report?
The report is done following, usually when all work is done.
Okay. So in terms of the most accurate description of what is that swab is of, what would that be?
The note on the swab box.
Okay. So going back to the photos, and in terms of the process and the timing, when you're doing the swabs, is it before these photos, after these photos, just so the jury understands the way you process the car?
The way I process it is I remove all items that are deemed as evidence, and I remove those from the vehicle, and then prior to any other processing, whether that be latent prints, the car is processed for possible DNA, and then from there to latent prints.
And to be clear, did you do any of the latent prints in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Moving on to the pictures with item markers or photo markers 10, 11, 16 here. Were those items 16, 11 collected?
Yes, they were.
And forgive me. In terms of the numbers and the item numbers, was there a time or a number that you collected 1 through 15, 1 through 20, the items, and Ms. Carroll collected the others?
Yes, there were.
And do you recall which specific photo markers and items you were responsible for collecting?
I would have to refer to my report.
Would you look at your report and refresh your recollection as to that?
Yes, I would.
If I may approach that?
Yes.
Have you opportunity to refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, that being said, I'll ask again. Which items or photo markers were you responsible for collecting numerically?
Items 12 through 20 were the items that I collected.
In terms of these photographs, they were all taken by you. Is that a correct statement?
Correct.
Moving on to item number 18 and 17. Did you collect those two?
Yes, I did.
19 and 20 as shown here. Did you collect those?
Yes, I did.
What are we looking at in this photo here?
This photo shows the trunk portion of the vehicle with the hatch covering the spare tire removed.
The processing here again at the, what location of the car on this photo, our next one?
This is the front driver's side floorboard.
Okay, you have, and what photo marker is here?
19.
So what are we looking at here underneath the brake pedal?
That I believe is a spent projectile.
Is that then marked with photo marker number 24 that we're looking at in this photo?
Yes, it is.
And item number 23, the glasses case. You were documenting that? Sorry.
Correct.
On to photo marker number 25. Did you take these images here?
Yes, I did.
Photo marker 26. Did you take those?
Yes, I did.
Are these the items that were in the glove box?
Yes, they are.
In terms of this enterprise receipt that we're looking at here, does that vehicle description listed on this enterprise receipt and VIN number match the Jeep Compass that you've been looking at?
No, they do not.
And the name of the individual who rented this vehicle, was that on this enterprise receipt? On the, and not the Jeep Compass, my apologies, I'll rephrase. The enterprise receipt, did it have a name of a renter on it?
Yes, it did.
And what was that?
Jamerson Francois.
I'm going to move on to the next photo here. What have you done to document the scene in this photo inside this Jeep?
In this photo, it shows trajectory rods that were placed inside of the projectile defects to show an approximate path of the projectile.
Excuse me, can we approach? Sure.
Investigator Carter, as you were saying, explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what are these green, red items that are now in the back seat of the Jeep?
These are called trajectory rods, and like I said, they are used to show the approximate path of the projectile when it struck the surface.
How many trajectory rods are in this photo that we're looking at here?
There are 7.
Going forward to the next photograph, what are we looking at here?
This is the opposite side of the rear passenger side seat, showing the trajectory rods coming.
Objection. Same objection?
Yes, sir.
Overruled.
Again, showing what?
Showing the trajectory rods coming through the back of the rear passenger seat and through to the front of the rear passenger side seat.
And can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you place them?
The trajectory rods are placed through one defect, pass through the object, and then through the other defect on the opposite side.
Going forward to this next photo, all the other items of evidence have been removed. So I want to go for time frame. How long after the initial processing are we talking where you're doing these trajectory rods?
I do not have time for that.
When we're looking at this photo here, what are we looking at?
This is the rear driver's side interior door and floorboard seat.
Looking here at this photo, what are you documenting and where is it in relation to that last photo?
I am documenting a projectile defect that was in the door jamb of the rear driver's side door.
And so I'm going to go back to the last photo. If you could circle a couple of times on the screen the area that you are photographing in the next photograph. Okay. And going to the opposite angle view of that. Can you again circle the defect so it's clear? And to get this photo, how did you have to position the rear driver's side door?
The door had to be fully opened and the defect had to be photographed from looking from the inside of the vehicle out.
So going on to the next photograph here, you mentioned prior that there was a projectile on the seat that you recovered.
Correct.
Is this the process you had to undertake?
Yes, it was.
What did you do? Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
I used a scalpel to remove the top layer of the leather, and it showed a projectile that was situated inside the funds.
Is this another view of that process?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Did you assign a photo marker to that item and collect it?
Yes, I did.
And what are we looking at this image?
This is an image of the projectile as it was removed from the foam to be fully photographed.
Okay. So those 65 photos that you took at the processing of the Jeep, is that, and we've gone through all of those. I want to move on now to the photos that you took of the items of evidence that you collected. Investigator Carter, I'm now showing you what's been marked as states EE for identification purposes. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
Did you have an opportunity to review them before you came into court today?
I do.
Do they fairly and accurately represent the processing that you did of the items collected from the Jeep?
Yes, they do.
Here at this time, the state requesting of states EE in as states 31.
Any objection?
No objection, but with the same representation that the disc contains only those photos.
That is correct, Your Honor.
No problem.
They'll be admitted with that representation.
States EE, mark states 31.
And that is 21 photos. So starting here at item number 12, what are we looking at here?
This is the yellow jacket that was collected from the trunk of the vehicle.
What, in terms of the item number 12 that's on here as well, is that the same yellow jacket?
Yes, it was.
Is the number 12 consistent every time you're using or photographing something from photo marker number 12?
Correct.
The other item that we see on here, kind of the L-shaped gray and white, what is that?
That is a scale.
What's the purpose of having that in your photographs?
The scale shows the size of the item that you're looking to document, and the scale also has parameters on it that allow it to be fixed if not taken at the correct angle.
Understood. Moving on to the next photo, is this the opposite side of item number 12?
Yes.
What do you do in between items to ensure that there's no cross-contamination?
In between items, the paper on the floor where the item is placed is changed every single time, and my gloves are changed in between touching my camera and going back to the evidence.
When you say the paper that's down there, what is that? What specific type of paper do you use?
It's called a brown craft paper.
Is it ever reused during the course of a case?
No, it is not.
Moving on to the next photo, what are we looking at here?
That is a sock, a Jeep Compass user guide, and a box.
And what photo marker were these documented at the previous set of photos?
Photo marker 13.
Going on to this next photo, still at photo marker 13. What are you showing here?
I am showing the opposite side of both the sock and the Jeep Compass user manual and the interior of the box.
Moving on to item number 15. That is what?
That is a disposable lighter.
Did the Miramar Police Department policies and procedures allow you to maintain that item in evidence?
No.
Why not?
Because of the combustible nature of the liquid inside.
So the documentation of this evidence is just the photographs.
That is correct.
Moving on to item 16. What photo marker were these items documented under?
Photo marker 16.
And what are we looking at here?
This is a belt, a disposable lighter, a pair of scissors, and a blue container.
Inside the blue container, based on your training and experience, what did that substance appear to be?
I observed a green leafy substance inside of the container.
Did it have any odor associated with it?
I do not recall.
Moving on to the next item number, what are we looking at here?
This is a Gatorade bottle with red stains on it.
And what photo marker was it documented at?
Photo marker 17.
Moving on to the next photo marker, what are we looking at here?
This is a water bottle, I believe a black plastic cap, a Gatorade bottle, also with red stains on it, and a white plastic bag with red stains, and containing a green plastic cap and a spent bullet casing.
Moving on to the next photo. Where was this casing located when you took the item out of the car?
The casing was located in a white plastic bag that was found on the rear driver's side floorboard.
Was it visible until you removed the bag?
No, it was not.
Moving on to this next photo with the scale and the large number 18. What are we looking at here?
This is a closer up photo of the spent cartridge casing that was collected from a white plastic bag.
And if you'd be so kind as to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is on the next photo that we're looking at and have zoomed in on.
This is the head stamp of the spent cartridge casing that reads Blazer 40 S&W.
And I'm not going to assume anyone is familiar with firearms or anything of that. So could you please give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is a bullet cartridge or an unfired bullet?
A unfired bullet comprises of a projectile that is in the front end of the cartridge casing, and the cartridge casing comprises of gunpowder, a primer, and when the primer is struck, the gunpowder there's an explosion that happens within the cartridge casing, expelling the projectile.
In a revolver, what happens to the casing, the cartridge casing that we're looking at here?
The cartridge casing stays within the cylinder.
If it is a semi-automatic firearm or automatic firearm, what happens to the casing?
The spent cartridge casing is ejected through the ejection port on the semi-automatic weapon.
So the projectile that we're looking at in some of the other photos, that would be contained with a casing to make a unfired bullet.
Sorry, repeat that?
So for some of the projectiles that you've seen in the other photos that you documented, like for example at photo marker 7 and 24 on those would be part of an unfired bullet along with a casing.
Correct.
Moving on to the next item that you collected. What were these?
These are 2 white sandals and a blue plastic container.
Is this a different blue plastic container than the one that was in the back seat?
I do not recall.
Then determining the contents of this blue plastic container, what did you observe inside?
I observed an unknown green substance.
Okay. Moving on to item number 20. Where were these items recovered from?
These were at photo marker 20 to know where in the vehicle they were collected. I would have to refer to my report.
Understood. So after those photos were taken, I want to now move on to the items that you actually collected.
Yes, ma'am.
Ladies and gentlemen, council is advised that this is probably a good time to break for lunch. So remember the admonition we gave you previously, you are not to discuss the case during break. Obviously, you're not allowed to discuss the period. Don't discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case going on. When you discuss the case in present, certainly no research. Leave your notepad in your chairs, and it's now 12:30, so we'll see everybody back, let's say at 1:45, all right? Have a nice lunch, thank you.
You collect the 2 Sprite cans that were there?
Yes, I did.
Going on to the rear of the vehicle, photo markers 12, 13, and 14. Did you collect the various items listed in this photo?
Yes, I did.
Did you have help and assistance in processing this vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Who helped you?
Crime scene technician Tara Carroll.
Did you guys have a plan of attack as to how to process the vehicle?
We split up the vehicle into certain sections, and each processed those areas of the vehicle and collected the items that were in relation to those areas.
So it's clear to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what section were you assigned?
I was assigned.
Joseph, I want to talk a little bit about the importance, Dina had mentioned it before, that you have to, as a prosecutor, put this evidence in. It shows credibility of the investigation if it's done correctly and that you dotted I's and you cross T's. But from a forensic analyst point of view, if you have to testify on the stand and you have to offer an opinion, how much easier is it for you, or if they don't do it, how hard is it for you if these kinds of forensic pictures and things that they've done were not present? And did you think they did a good job from what we're seeing right now?
Yeah, from what we're seeing, and again, I have to caution our viewers about these images, because some of these, because I think they're probably using them on what's referred to as a limb in court, and so the contrast that you're seeing is kind of blown out at this point in time. It has nothing to do with our production staff. It has everything to do on that end. So it doesn't translate real well as far as fine detail. I suspect that these are pretty detailed photographs where you can get a real feel for what happens, because when it comes to photography at a crime scene, Bob, you essentially become a historian as a crime scene tech, and you're freezing that moment in time that is gone forever and ever, amen. And so you have to start off with what we refer to as macro photographs, where you're getting the exterior of the vehicle all the way around 360 degrees. I tell my students to follow the points of the compass. And then you step in and you get kind of an intermediate range where you get closer up on the outside. And then you go for micro photographs after that. And it all depends on how the prosecutor utilizes these photographs. It's not necessarily the fault of the crime scene tech. How are they using? Because as you well know, you guys that prosecute cases, you're telling a story, and it's like taking pictures and putting it in a book. We take the pictures, but how are you going to utilize those pictures in order to make the jury understand and to transport them back in time to that moment when all of this evidence was captured?
Dina, let's talk death penalty cases again. And having tried them, I know that these jurors need to be absolutely convinced in the guilt phase of the case. And then, of course, the prosecutors have to meet those aggravating factors. Here we have a case where 2 people are being charged with this crime. If the government is not able to show who the actual shooter is or the circumstances under which the shooting took place, which very well may have occurred in the car, it may have been spontaneous. One person may not have had, I've had cases like this, had no idea this was about to go down. Do you think the jury can, even if they win the case, can rise to that level of satisfaction that the jury knows exactly what happened here? Because to me, it's really important the jury knows exactly what happened and what the motive is. Even and again, motive's not an element of the offense, but we're asking jurors to execute people.
I think that's a great question. And the defense kind of brought this up a little bit in opening because they want to use lack of motive to even help him get an acquittal. But I think your point is right, that it is especially important in the death penalty phase because you are asking for, like you said, it to be premeditated. And, with them not having any kind of motive, it leaves it very reasonable to assume that this could have been just an argument and an instantaneous type shooting. So I think that is going to be hard in the death penalty. And not only that, but Florida just recently changed the law, as you know. So there will only need to have 8 of the 12 jurors be deciding for the death penalty, which obviously helps the prosecution because you could have 4 people think that the motive wasn't good enough and this wasn't the death penalty enough. So this is certainly the first high-profile case out of Florida where we're seeing that reduction to the 8 jurors, and so it will be interesting to see how that plays here if it ends up to the penalty phase.
Yeah, you bring up an interesting point. Having tried a death penalty case, I would love, although I don't think it's good for the interest of justice, to make it 8. Why not 4? Let's drop it down to 1. And if they can't get 1, let's just have the judge make the call. I guess eventually we can reduce it to a point where everybody can be convicted. Excellent point, Dina. And so we are going to take a quick break here. We're going to come back with more of this testimony, more of a discussion of what needs to be done by prosecutors to convince jurors to actually impose the ultimate penalty. And at lunch break, we may have an opportunity for you guys to ask some questions and debate about that because you are our juror. We'll be right back. we're out in Florida with the DeMins murder case. This is a double shooting charge for 2018 deaths of two of his friends. It is a death penalty case right now. We have a crime scene investigator who's describing crucial information, because this information, one, if it's captured properly, is going to be essentially necessary for the experts in order to formulate an opinion, which experts are allowed to do, to give to the jurors in order to support the state's case. Let's go back into court.
In your report, how did you write down which side you were responsible for?
In the report, it shows that swabs were taken from the passenger side of the vehicle, which was incorrect in the report, and was later shown as a correction in the primary receipts, as well as the original swab boxes that were collected on scene.
So let's stop for a second there and explain, when you're collecting swabs, what are you doing?
I am using sterile distilled water and placing that onto a cotton swab and passing that over, rubbing that over an area in which I either believe there may be the presence of DNA, and that area is processed with the swab, then placed inside a sterile swab box, and on that swab box I notate where that item was, or what item was swabbed with those swabs.
So let's go very minute, detail by detail. First thing you do is what? When you're getting the swab in the area, you swab an area. Do you change your gloves?
Correct.
I want very precise.
Yes. I get my new pair of gloves out of the box and take the new sterile swab, open the swab packaging that is sealed and sterile, and open up a new sealed container of sterile water, and that water is then placed in drop form on the top of the swab, and then the swab is then rubbed over the area in which I intend to process.
Do you ever dip the swab back into the sterile water and sort of double dipping, for lack of a better term?
No, I do not.
Okay. After you swab the area, what's the next step you take?
The swab box is opened, the swabs are put inside the swab box, and then that swab box is closed, and then I notate on the swab box what item is processed with the swabs.
Do you complete the property receipt at that same time?
I do not.
When do you complete your property receipt?
The property receipt is completed later on in the office, when the item is then going to be submitted to the Evidence Bureau.
When do you do your report?
The report is done following, usually when all work is done.
Okay. So in terms of the most accurate description of what that swab is of, what would that be?
The note on the swab box.
Okay. So going back to the photos, and in terms of the process and the timing, when you're doing the swabs, is it before these photos, after these photos, just so the jury understands the way you process the car?
The way I process it is I remove all items that are deemed as evidence, and I remove those from the vehicle. And then prior to any other processing, whether that be latent prints, the car is processed for possible DNA, and then from there to latent prints.
And to be clear, did you do any of the latent prints in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Moving on to the pictures with item markers, or photo markers, 10, 11, 16 here. Were those items 16, 11 collected?
Yes, they were.
And forgive me. In terms of the numbers and the item numbers, was there a time or a number that you collected 1 through 15, 1 through 20, the items, and Ms. Carroll collected the others?
Yes, there were.
And do you recall which specific photo markers and items you were responsible for collecting?
I would have to refer to my report.
Would you looking at your report and refresh your recollection as to that?
Yes, it would.
If I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can you refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, that being said, I'll ask again. Which items or photo markers were you responsible for collecting numerically?
Items 12 through 20 were the items that I collected.
In terms of these photographs, they were all taken by you. Is that a correct statement?
Correct.
Moving on to item number 18 and 17. Did you collect those too?
Yes, I did.
19 and 20 as shown here. Did you collect those?
Yes, I did.
What are we looking at in this photo here?
This photo shows the trunk portion of the vehicle with the hatch cover and the spare tire removed.
The processing here again at the what location of the car on this photo or next one?
This is the front driver's side floorboard.
Okay, you have, and what photo marker is here?
19.
So what are we looking at here underneath the brake pedal?
That I believe is a spent projectile.
Is that then marked with photo marker number 24 that we're looking at in this photo?
Yes, it is.
And item number 23, the glasses case. You were documenting that? Sorry.
Correct.
On to photo marker number 25. Did you take these images here?
Yes, I did.
Photo marker 26. Did you take those?
Yes, I did.
Are these the items that were in the glove box?
Yes, they are.
In terms of this enterprise receipt that we're looking at here, does that vehicle description listed on this enterprise receipt and VIN number match the Jeep Compass that you've been looking at?
No, they do not.
And the name of the individual who rented this vehicle, was that on this enterprise receipt? On the, and not the Jeep Compass, my apologies, I'll rephrase. The enterprise receipt, did it have a name of a renter on it?
Yes, it did.
And what was that?
Jamerson Francois.
I'm going to move on to the next photo here. What have you done to document the scene in this photo inside this Jeep?
In this photo, it shows trajectory rods that were placed inside of the projectile defects to show an approximate path of the projectile.
Okay, there, the continuation with very, very important forensic evidence, again, to be utilized by experts, which is going to be a key in the prosecution's case. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back on the other end. Please stay with us. welcome back to the network. So let me go for the last couple of questions with Joseph Scott Morgan. We were talking off the record during a commercial break, and you gave us a really interesting analysis of propellants with the weapon and gunshot residue and what comes forward and what comes backwards. Is this something that would be crucial to you in your evaluation, and can you explain to our audience what that means?
Yeah, I think one of the things that you look at is what's referred to as primer residue, and primer residue is more stable unstable chemical compound. That's where the firing pin taps the primer to strike it in order to initiate the firing process. It kind of comes out in a big bloom on the back end side. Then you have propellant residue, which issues forth out of the forward portion of the weapon. A completely different chemical structure. So that would give you an idea of potentially the orientation of an individual that had either discharged the weapon or was on the muzzle end of the weapon at that point in time. Sometimes those things have to be very fine-tuned. I'd be interested to see if they pursued it that far. And the tale will be told in this particular case relative to all the trace evidence. You saw them doing the swabs for potential DNA because he doesn't know if there's DNA there. That's at a molecular level. You can't see it. So he's making an educated guess that there is probability it might be there. So he's taking the sterile water that he has dipped these syringes in, and he's collecting them. They're going to let them dry. And then after they do that, the scientists, the white lab coat people on the bench will take a look at it and give you a DNA structure or try to determine first off if there's anything there.
Yeah, Dina, so one of the, let's go to aggravating factors now, because that's what the government has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt to the satisfaction of each individual juror, and then collectively that the death penalty is the appropriate penalty. I just go back in my own experience with the case I was telling you guys before, where there were gang members in a vehicle and a fight broke out in the vehicle that was unanticipated, and one of the individuals pulled the gun out and shot and killed the person, and it became an issue as to who was the person that pulled the weapon out, who was the person that shot. And since there wasn't a felony happening at the time, felony murder was not charged there, so prosecutors were required to prove who the shooter was. Things like this happen out there. In order for you to get those aggravating factors, you have to really show solid proof. In your opinion, is the government going to be able to show who the actual shooter was? And when the prosecution says they don't need motive, that's true, but it's important for the jurors to understand, was this an instantaneous thing that was not premeditated, or was this in fact a premeditated act, assuming they're the ones that shot in the vehicle?
I think maybe one of the biggest wins the defense got was being able to split his trial with the co-defendant, Henry, because we're definitely going to see that argument. Even if the prosecution proves this wasn't a drive-by and it happened within the vehicle with all the shell casings and their blood splatter and everything else they're going to show, we know that Ynwmelly's defense attorney is going to say that he wasn't the shooter still, because that is going to be really hard to prove, I think, conclusively. We'll see what these experts say. But kind of as Joseph says, there's so much residue, there's so much blood, you have such a small contained space. Can they really prove beyond a reasonable doubt exactly who held it and what position of the car? I mean, maybe. But then to get to the death penalty, I think that's going to be a leap because, like you said, they have not shown anything showing this is premeditated. In fact, it seems like a poorly premeditated murder, if that's the case, because of the fact that they kind of left all this evidence in the car. So I think it goes more toward this having been a spontaneous killing than a premeditation, which will, I think, make it more difficult for the death penalty.
I think this is a huge point. Welcome back for those who have been following, but for those who are joining, my name is Bob Bianchi, and we are in Broward County, Florida today for the trial of Jamel Demins. I have guests that are actually in studio replacing the two guests we had before. They are heavyweights, so I'm really, really excited about this. So we know that the defendant is a Florida rapper who's charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder and is accused of killing Anthony William, also known as YNW Sack Chaser, and Christopher Thomas Jr., also known as YNW Juvie. Back in 2018, the prosecutors are saying this is a death penalty case, and if the 24-year-old is convicted, the jury will make a decision as to whether it will be a life sentence or whether or not the death penalty is the appropriate thing to be imposed in this case. So far, our guests have not said that this is really, really a solid case from what we know about it right now in order to convince jurors to impose the ultimate penalty of death. But we have seen this morning that there's testimony from forensic examiners that took a lot of crime scene photos. And again, if you're just joining us, the importance of these crime scene photos is because they're going to become crucial evidence for the experts in the case. So let's go back to that Florida courtroom.
Okay. Investigator Carter, as you were saying, explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what are these green, red items that are now in the back seat of the Jeep?
These are called trajectory rods, and like I said, they are used to show the approximate path of the projectile when it struck the surface.
How many trajectory rods are in this photo that we're looking at here?
There are 7.
Going forward to the next photograph, what are we looking at here?
This is the opposite side of the rear passenger side seat, showing the trajectory rods coming.
Objection. Same objection?
Yes, sir.
Overruled.
Again, showing what?
Showing the trajectory rods coming through the back of the rear passenger seat and through to the front of the rear passenger side seat.
And can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you place them?
The trajectory rods are placed through one defect, pass through the object, and then through the other defect on the opposite side.
Going forward to this next photo, all the other items of evidence have been removed. So I want to go for time frame. How long after the initial processing are we talking where you're doing these trajectory rods?
I do not have time for that.
When we're looking at this photo here, what are we looking at?
This is the rear driver's side interior door and floorboard seat.
Looking here at this photo, what are you documenting and where is it in relation to that last photo?
I am documenting a projectile defect that was in the door jamb of the rear driver's side door.
And so I'm going to go back to the last photo. If you could circle a couple of times on the screen the area that you are photographing in the next photograph. Okay. And going to the opposite angle view of that. Can you again circle the defect so it's clear? And to get this photo, how did you have to position the rear driver's side door?
The door had to be fully opened and the defect had to be photographed from looking from the inside of the vehicle out.
Okay. So going on to the next photograph here, you mentioned prior that there was a projectile on the seat that you recovered.
Correct.
Is this the process you have to undertake?
Yes, it was.
What did you do? Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
I used a scalpel to remove the top layer of the leather, and it showed a projectile that was situated inside the funds.
Is this another view of that process?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Did you assign a photo marker to that item and collect it?
Yes, I did.
And what are we looking at this image?
This is an image of the projectile as it was removed from the foam to be fully photographed.
Okay. So those 65 photos that you took at the processing of the Jeep, is that, and we've gone through all of those. I'm going to move on now to the photos that you took of the items of evidence that you collected. Investigator Carter.
All right, like I said, in studio, we got two pros. Richard Schoenstein is with us. He is a litigator, and Brian Buckmeyer from the Law and Crime Network, and the co-host of The Daily is with us. Brian, let me go to you first. What we have here is a situation in which it may be difficult for the prosecution to prove who the actual shooter is between the two co-defendants. This is a death penalty case. My experience tells me jurors want to be completely convinced as to who did it, and then they've got to weigh aggravating factors, and one of them is premeditation. Brian, I've been involved in a case almost exactly like this. Alleged gang members driving in a vehicle, no premeditation to kill somebody, a fight breaks out in the middle of the car, somebody pulls a gun out and kills somebody. That is not going to be a death penalty case. In fact, it could also not even be a murder conviction if those jurors cannot come to a decision beyond a reasonable doubt as to who the shooter is. What are your thoughts?
I think you're completely right from multiple standpoints, not just the who had done it in terms of, is it Ynwmelly? Is it the co-defendant? Hey, another person could have entered into the car, gone to an argument, and shot at these four young men as they're all trying to fight back. We don't know. And I think there's enough reasonable doubt that the defense attorney can sprinkle it around and say, you can't tell me it was my client. You can tell me that he was in the vehicle, but you can't tell me that he's the one that did the shooting. And while motive is something that we as defense attorneys say, prosecution doesn't have to prove it, I may or may not know it, whatever it may be, I think motive is a big part of the case here because I only have so many tattoos on my body, one of them being for my brother. I can't imagine that a person puts a tattoo of someone on their body and then murders them years later. I can't imagine that you are financially invested in someone's career and then murder them later. It doesn't fit for all of the theories that we have when motive typically applies in a murder case.
Yeah, and Richard, Brian brings up a very, very important point. The judge could instruct a jury all they want that in a murder case, motive is not an element of the offense, but the defense is arguing, to Brian's point, that I think, one, you're not going to be able to describe who the shooter is if you can even prove the shooting occurred inside the car. And why would he be the person that would murder somebody that's so close to him, which kind of gets to the idea that there's no motive? What are your overall thoughts of the case?
Yeah, it does seem like a hard case to prove because you've got to get over several different hurdles, right? First of all, you have to show that the shots came from inside the car and not outside the car, which was the initial story that was being told. And then even if you get shots in the car, you have to tie them to the defendant. I mean, maybe the two guys shot at each other. Maybe somebody else shot at them. Maybe there's a person who intervened and then disappeared. You don't know. And the motive thing just complicates it for the reasons both of you guys are saying. Like, if you can't show a good reason for the defendant to commit this crime, and the forensics are not enough to tie him in particular, it becomes a tough sell.
Brian, let's go right to the death penalty aggravating factors. As we all know, the prosecutor has to prove at least one aggravating factor beyond a reasonable doubt. Each juror has to make an individual determination that not only has it been proven, but the death penalty is the appropriate penalty. And one of the aggravating factors they have here is the heinous, cruel, and atrocious nature of the killing. It was premeditated. It was by involving gangs. Do you find that this falls within the heinous, cruel, and atrocious manner of killing?
So anytime you kill someone, it's heinous. Anytime you take a life, it's cruel. But if the rule absorbs or swallows the exception, it's no longer a rule. I think in a case like here, the defense attorney, who I think is very talented, just looking at their opening statements, can say it's not just that it's a murder, that it's cruel. You have to differentiate between all murders and all cruelty. And I think in the case here, what I would point to is the video of them leaving the recording studio. For you, or for you, you're a guest here. This studio is where you come and you bless us with your knowledge. But for Bob and I, this is our place of work. You and I leave here, Bob, as coworkers. We'll go get a drink. We'll go hang out. If they saw video of me and you leaving the studio, and then one of us would murder, you'd be like, no, these guys are boys. They're making money together. They're doing shows together. Where's the cruelty and the heinousness before the murder? It's not there, so why would it happen at the murder? I think that video is going to be very helpful come sentencing.
Wow, really, really interesting points. So that's why this is really a fascinating case. And again, I'll go back to having tried death penalty cases, and one of the first things that we say is in the guilt phase, we need those jurors to be absolutely convinced as to who the person was that committed the murder, and that it have such an emotional and visceral reaction that when we go into the sentencing phase, you hope that they're going to impose the ultimate penalty. Guys, thank you for that commentary. We've got a lot more with these two excellent guests on the other end of the break. We'll be right back. welcome back. We're discussing the trial of Florida rapper Ynwmelly, whose real name is Jamel Demins. He is charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder back in 2018 for the shooting death of Anthony Williams, also known as YNW Sack Chaser, and Christopher Thomas Jr., also known as YAMW Juvie. Law and crime correspondent Bryson Paul is on the ground for us here at the Law and Crime Network at the Broward County Courthouse. Bryson, good morning, good welcome, good afternoon to the show. Love having you out there. Hey, give us a little rundown. Like, what's going on there? What are your initial thoughts about how this trial's going?
Good afternoon, Bob. For day 2 of this trial, for the Ynwmelly trial, it's been majority handled by the prosecution, who called up 4 witnesses so far. They continued their testimony with Morgan Curry, crime scene technician, and then they moved on to Ynwmelly Allen, who's a forensics or a 29-year analyst for fingerprints, and then they moved on to Christopher Carter, who is also a crime scene investigator for the Fort Lauderdale PD.
So Bryson,
they had the fingerprint, or they had Raymond Maycock, the person who fingerprinted Ynwmelly when he turned himself in.
All right, Bryson,
on February 13th.
From what you're hearing inside of the courtroom, is there anything about the forensics that you're listening to far that's stuck out in your mind as being important for the prosecution?
Nothing of importance, just more review, if whatnot. It was just reviewing all of the fabrics and the items that were in the Jeep the night of the murder, and nothing that would point to Melly as being the person they accused.
Yeah, let me ask you, Bryson, based on everything you're listening to, the opening statements, the testimonies coming out, a lot of us here in the studio with our legal experts are talking about the idea. I mean, this is a death penalty case, and the prosecutors really have to show who the person was that fired the shots. That this wasn't a spontaneous thing. It wasn't something where an argument happened and somebody got shot, but this was an actual premeditated thing. Do you think the prosecution is going to have trouble showing who was the shooter and that this was, in fact, premeditated?
I believe right now they are having trouble showing that based off the surveillance videos from the hours leading up to the murders, and it didn't show anything odd, anything out of the ordinary. It showed just Ynwmelly and his friends that are now deceased just casually walking around, casually conversating with one another. It didn't show anything odd that shows that they had any animosity towards each other.
Okay, we know that rapper Bozy was in the courtroom yesterday. Did he make an appearance today, and any other famous faces that we're seeing inside that courtroom?
Actually, no. Lil Boosie did not make an appearance today. He actually didn't return to the courtroom after lunch on day 1. And no, it was a pretty light courtroom. It was more, I would say it was only 25 people in there that came in, mostly the victims' families and Jamie King, Ynwmelly's mother, his brother B Slime, a couple other male figures that followed, and that was about it. And then interns who were reviewing the court case.
Yeah, Bryson, you mentioned that we have families that are supporting the defendants and the victims in the case. What's the temperature inside that courtroom between those 2 competing interests?
You could definitely notice the animosity between the victim's family and Ynwmelly's family. Both have looks crossed back and forth at each other on multiple occasions. As evidence and video shows of the now deceased victims, you can see the victims' families even look directly at Melly with a disdain look on their face. You can see when they have the videos of Melly and Melly and his group of friends walking around, even leading up to the murder, you'll see Melly's mom look over at the victim's family to see what their reactions are.
Yeah.
And even at one point in time, when we were about to break, the victim YNW Juvie's mother even got up in the middle of the gallery and stared directly at Ynwmelly until he looked at her.
Yeah, I'm wondering, has the judge, let's talk about the judge and the lawyering. Sometimes these can be really contentious court proceedings. So my question is, one, how are the lawyers and the judges playing in the sandbox, as we say? And two, have there been any applications by the lawyers to stop the jeering and the staring and the antics if in fact they're happening in front of the jury?
No, there hasn't. Both sides, the prosecution and defense, have been very cooperative with each other, and it hasn't really been any motions to stop the trial for any reasons by the judge or prosecution or the defense.
Okay, so let's ask again, what aren't we seeing inside the courtroom about them staring down? Like, what's it like outside? Is it a little more aggressive or the same kind of thing?
Definitely from the younger audience or the younger family members of both sides of both sides, the victim and Melly's family have more of anger towards what they're seeing, more anger towards like just seeing their former or Melly's former friends alive and not there at this in the courtroom or not there. And just period. But you can see a lot more animosity towards the younger audience that are in the room, and they're often having to be escorted out when we show certain images and certain videos.
Well, speaking of showing images and videos, Melly had indicated previously he did not want to see evidence of the pictures of the victims in the case. That happened yesterday. Can you talk to us a little bit more about that, and have there been any changes with respect to that?
No, there hasn't been any changes. He's definitely not looking forward to looking at the deceased. He actually refuses every time, whether they're alive in the video or not, he refuses to look at them in the video. He actually just turns away, either turns down his head or consorts with his counsel.
Okay, and lastly, just talk to me a little bit about the juror reactions to the testimony. What are you seeing in them? How engaged are they? Do they seem to be sympathetic? And we always do this as lawyers, even though it's impossible to do, towards one side or the other. And what can we expect for the rest of the day in court?
No, I would say the jury hasn't shown any emotion at all. They've been very attentive, but haven't shown any emotion like towards anything that they've seen. So it's still hard to tell right now what their thought process is. So we're just gonna have to wait until the trial continues on.
All right, awesome. Bryson Paul, reporter here for us at the Law and Crime Network, doing a lot of great corresponding job. We're going to get back to you maybe a little bit later on. Really appreciate what you're doing. In the meantime, we're going to take a break, and we're going to come back with my two awesome in-studio guests. Please stay with us. in South Florida, covering the trial of the rapper Ynwmelly, who is charged with double murder for the 2018 shooting death of his two friends. Court is at recess until 1:45. Right now, we are recapping the testimony of the crime scene technician, Christopher Carter. Can't explain how much this is going to be very, very important, and we were very interested. Based on all they gathered, will an expert be able to pinpoint that the shooting happened in the car and who was the shooter? Let's take a listen to some of this testimony.
It's been marked as states EE for identification purposes. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
Did you have an opportunity to review them before you came into court today?
I do.
Do they fairly and accurately represent the processing that you did of the items collected from the Jeep?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, at this time, the state requesting of states EE in as states 31.
Any objection? No objection, but with the same representation that the disc contains only those photos.
That is correct, Your Honor.
No problem.
They'll be admitted with that representation.
States EE, mark states 31.
And that is 21 photos. So starting here at item number 12, what are we looking at here?
This is the yellow jacket that was collected from the trunk of the vehicle.
What, in terms of the item number 12 that's on here as well, is that the same yellow jacket?
Yes, it was.
Is the number 12 consistent every time you're using or photographing something from photo marker number 12?
Correct.
The other item that we see on here, kind of the L-shaped gray and white, what is that?
That is a scale.
What's the purpose of having that in your photographs?
The scale shows the size of the item that you're looking to document, and the scale also has parameters on it that allow it to be fixed if not taken at the correct angle.
Understood. Moving on to the next photo, is this the opposite side of item number 12?
Yes.
What do you do in between items to ensure that there's no cross-contamination?
In between items, the paper on the floor where the item is placed is changed every single time, and my gloves are changed in between touching my camera and going back to the evidence.
When you say the paper that's down there, what is that? What specific type of paper do you use?
It's called a brown craft paper.
Is it ever reused during the course of the case?
No, it is not.
Moving on to the next photo, what are we looking at here?
That is a sock, a Jeep Compass user guide, and a box.
And what photo marker were these documented at the previous set of photos?
Photo marker 13.
Going on to this next photo, still at photo marker 13. What are you showing here?
I am showing the opposite side of both the sock and the Jeep Compass user manual and the interior of the box.
Moving on to item number 15. That is what?
That is a disposable lighter.
Did the Miramar Police Department policies and procedures allow you to maintain that item in evidence?
No.
Why not?
Because of the combustible nature of the liquid inside.
So the documentation of this evidence is just the photographs?
That is correct.
Moving on to item 16. What photo marker were these items documented under?
Photo marker 16.
And what are we looking at here?
This is a belt, a disposable lighter, a pair of scissors, and a blue container.
Inside the blue container, based on your training and experience, what did that substance appear to be?
I observed a green leafy substance inside of the container.
Did it have any odor associated with it?
I do not recall.
Moving on to the next item number, what are we looking at here?
This is a Gatorade bottle with red stains on it.
And what photo marker was it documented at?
Photo marker 17.
Moving on to the next photo marker. What are we looking at here?
This is a water bottle, I believe a black plastic cap, a Gatorade bottle, also with red stains on it, and a white plastic bag with red stains, and containing a green plastic cap and a spent bullet casing.
Moving on to the next photo. Where was this casing located when you took the item out of the car?
The casing was located in a white plastic bag that was found on the rear driver's side floorboard.
Was it visible until you removed the bag?
No, it was not.
Moving on to this next photo with the scale and the large number 18. What are we looking at here?
This is a closer-up photo of the spent cartridge casing that was collected from the white plastic bag.
And if you'd be so kind as to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is on the next photo that we're looking at and have zoomed in on.
This is the head stamp of the spent cartridge casing that reads Blazer 40 S&W.
And I'm not going to assume anyone is familiar with firearms or anything of that. So could you please give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is a bullet cartridge or an unfired bullet?
A unfired bullet comprises of a projectile that is in the front end of the cartridge casing, and the cartridge casing comprises of gunpowder, a primer, and when the primer is struck, the gunpowder there's an explosion that happens within the cartridge casing, expelling the projectile.
In a revolver, what happens to the casing, the cartridge casing that we're looking at here?
The cartridge casing stays within the cylinder.
If it is a semi-automatic firearm or automatic firearm, what happens to the casing?
The spent cartridge casing is ejected through the ejection port on the semi-automatic weapon.
So the projectile that we're looking at in some of the other photos, that would be contained with a casing to make a unfired bullet.
Sorry, repeat that?
So for some of the projectiles that you've seen in the other photos that you documented, like for example at photo marker 7 and 24 on those would be part of an unfired bullet along with a casing.
Correct.
Moving on to the next item that you collected. What were these?
These are 2 white sandals and a blue plastic container.
Is this a different blue plastic container than the one that was in the back seat?
I do not recall.
When determining the contents of this blue plastic container, what did you observe inside?
I observed an unknown green leafy substance.
Okay. Moving on to item number 20. Where were these items recovered from?
These were at photo marker 22. To know where in the vehicle they were collected, I would have to refer to my report.
Understood. So after those photos were taken, I want to now move on to the items that you actually collected. Can we go through them? We're now showing you what's been been
All
marked
right,
as
as we go
states.
through again, what can be very difficult testimony for prosecutors, I can tell you, you want to get this in and try to make it interesting as best you can, because it's so crucially important to set up that expert testimony down the road where an expert's allowed to give opinions about the facts where other witnesses aren't allowed to. Guys, I do want to ask you a direct question with regard to the death penalty in this case. I think this is one of the first cases in the state of Florida where we have reduced the death penalty from 12 jurors to 8 jurors. So I'll say to the audience, and I'll start off and I'll kick it off, I was a death penalty prosecutor, and I'll tell you, I got very queasy about that role after a while because I started not trusting the system. Not that the people were nefarious or bad, but they're humans and they make mistakes. And if you're in one courtroom, you can get rulings one way, and in another courtroom, you can get rulings a different way, and it can make all the difference in what happens. And I felt that was kind of fuzzy when you're talking about the ultimate penalty of death. Richard, let me start with you first. In this situation, we've dropped it down to now 8 jurors, which is obviously less of a check and balance on bad decisions being made. And in some of these states where they execute people with dispatch, as I would say, there are mistakes that are made, and we certainly don't want to do that ultimate punishment. You know, I wonder, I kind of say euphemistically kidding around, why not have 6 jurors? Why not have 4 jurors? Why not have 2 jurors? Why not only have 1 juror, and if the juror doesn't get it right, let the judge have the opportunity to reverse what that juror said? And of course, I'm kidding, and I don't think that would be constitutionally permissible, but does it concern you that we're making this change?
Yeah, it concerns me. I mean, listen, anyone who's seen me on here knows I don't like the death penalty to begin with. I think it is excessive punishment. I think it is given out inconsistently and somewhat arbitrarily and discriminatory if you just look at the statistics of where the death penalty is imposed. I don't like it for any of those reasons. I don't like it because we sometimes convict people who are innocent. And so if we're imposing the death penalty, we are, by definition, implying the death penalty to people who are innocent. And you can't reduce, in my estimation, it to 8 out of 12 jurors. I mean, that's ridiculous, right? The burden of proof is 12 out of 12 jurors to get a conviction in this country, beyond a reasonable doubt. There are some courts where you can't get a civil verdict with 2/3 of the jury. But we're going to say, okay, the death penalty can be opposed if you can get 8 out of 12 to agree. Don't care for it.
Bob, I think we also have to add this as well. Why did Florida change it to go 8 to 4? It's because the Parkland shooter got off on the death penalty, and the governor of that state said, well, if this is the line that you guys decided, because I think it was 9 to 3 or something, I think it was just missed, why don't I just lower it just a little bit more so if the Parkland shooter had these numbers, he'd be put to death. The judicial branch should not be curtailed like this by the legislative branch. We've already had a rule. It didn't work. The Parkland shooter got off. I get it. I share your opinion when it comes to the death penalty, arbitrarily applied, whatever it is. And I thought to myself when I saw the Parkland shooter, I'm not a fan of the death penalty, but if it makes sense, if it's going to be the law of the land, I guess this guy is going to probably get it because of what he did. 17 people killed and 17 people injured, but the jury disagreed with me. The jury agreed that his life should be spared. So why does a Florida governor now get the ability to say, you know what, let's just drop the bar just a little bit lower so we can kill just a little bit more people? That to me leaves an especially dirty taste in my mouth.
And that's what I mean about the inconsistency of it. The Parkland shooter, you hit numerous aggravating circumstances. That case, they blew that case out of the water on the proof for aggravating circumstances. On paper, I've never seen a better case for the death penalty, but he didn't get it because it's applied inconsistently, and that is a huge problem if you're going to convict people and put them to death.
Yeah, it's like using a sports analogy. Like, okay, we have a team that's really not good at the field goal kicker kicking, so let's move the goals, forward, so this way he can definitely get the ball through, the post.
Or my team has I'm a Toronto Raptors fan. We blow it in the fourth quarter all the time. You know what? When you come to Toronto, guys, we're only going to play 3 quarters of basketball because we can't play the fourth quarter. No, that's not. Get better prosecutors.
Yeah.
Argue the case better. Don't move the goalpost so you can execute people. That's not the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah, if anything, it should make it more difficult. I think we all felt that as prosecutors. It should be more difficult. And even though we were trying those cases and we thought we should win them, we had no problems with the idea that we get that we're asking people to do something, that in that case better be solid in the guilt phase, and it better have some serious aggravating factors. Another thing I noticed, and why I'm kind of not against for the death penalty right now, was during my case, I'm not sure if you guys have confronted stuff like this, but at a certain point in time, the victim's family, after a 2-year 4-year odyssey of a trial, said we do not want to go forward with the death penalty anymore. That is our feeling as the victims in this case, in which under the Victims' Crime Bill, we had to advance it. We got approval from our bosses to take it out of the death penalty. The defense clearly wanted it out of the death penalty. And we actually had a conversation with we had to get to an assignment judge who said, I'm not going to allow it to be taken out of the death penalty because it was the judge's decision, because it'll skew our proportionality arguments because it's a white defendant and it will increase. Like, they wanted the white defendant to be in the death penalty. And that was, when I was listening to these things, I'm like, wow, it's somebody's life is being determined based upon somebody worried about where the beans are from one jar to the next. Richard, there's many, many more instances of how this is a bad thing.
That's right. That's right. And you mentioned the victims and their families, and that's interesting because we on purpose don't let victims and their families decide if people are guilty or how they're punished, right? That's why we have a judicial system. That's why we have a jury. So they can determine who's guilty, and then the jury and the judge together can impose sentence, not the families. But at some point, you have to take the families into consideration because, like in Parkland, they're the people who have to sit through this again for months at these trials, especially if you're having a trial that's just about the death penalty. They're the ones who you are running through all of that yet again, and you have to take them into consideration. It's a very difficult ground to traverse.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it's very interesting philosophical, but nevertheless, it's 8 people here, so maybe they wouldn't have got the death penalty if that is the ultimate course here, but if they reduce it to 8, maybe they will. Is that justice? We'd like to know. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
John Murphy presiding. You may be seated.
Thank you. Gary, check out yours.
How are you, sir?
Good. You have your lunch yet?
Had a good lunch.
And yeah.
Terrible. Lunch. So, Your Honor, there is an issue that I need to raise. And you had asked if when we have a stipulation ready, and it occurred to us that we should confer with our client before agreeing to a stipulation. And we have. And he does not agree to stipulate the identity. We do maintain our objection based on the case law. We also contend that it is not credible that over the course of 4 years, there is nobody on this planet can be found to make the identities in question. So we maintain our objection to the identification being made through the witnesses that the state proposes, as indicated on the record already, sidebar, and we decline to stipulate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, let me just ask, I'm sorry, Ms. Bradley.
Counselor stepped out.
She did.
You ready?
Who's in the restroom right now?
Go one or two.
Right?
Counsel, you ready to proceed? Yes? Yes? All right, bring them in. Jury entering. Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the presence of our jury, as well as the defendant, the evidence, his counsel, the associated attorneys, our witness remains on the stand, and I'm sure you all had a nice lunch. I think when we broke off, you were still on your direct examination of the witness. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So if you wish, you may continue with your examination of Mr. Carter.
Thank you. Okay, Investigator Carter, we talked a little bit about some of the swabs that you collected. With permission, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
It's been previously shown to defense and marked as states F for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that packaging?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize that packaging?
It is the packaging for evidence of the Miramar Police Department in my handwriting.
And the items that are indicated on the front of that, are those items you collected yourself?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Now, did you see me cutting them open as you were sitting on the witness stand just a couple of moments ago?
Yes, I did.
If you take an opportunity to look at the two items that are inside, and you need gloves.
Yes.
These two gloves are there. Don't put them in the jury yet. Review them, see if they are. And are those in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, they are.
Here at this time, the state requesting the state's FF into evidence and permission to publish.
Any objection? No. They'll be admitted.
States FF will be marked States 32.
Thank you.
And investigator Carter, do you still have those gloves on? Sorry. Could I bother you to come here so we can do it on the screen so everybody can see? With your permission, maybe we can step down, Your Honor?
You may step down, sure.
Okay. Thank you. If you just publish them one at a time. And if you could identify them by the G or item number.
The G number is G65, and it is the swabs from the rear driver's side door handle exterior of the Jeep Billhawk.
Okay. And is there identifying information to show what the tag number was and the Miramar case number on each of these?
This would be G64.
I'm
sorry, I can't hear.
G64?
Thank you. And the UV swabs from the front driver's side door handle exterior of the Jeep.
Again, is it the same tag number that was on the photos that you took earlier?
Yes.
And is it the same time that you collected the other one?
Just before the other one.
Speak up just a little bit louder from
It was
this.
before the other one.
Okay.
Those swabs.
And if you could put that one back in here. Now, before you leave, on the back of this, there are labels in terms of, does each label have an ID or evidence number or G number on it?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. You can resume your seat. I will have to ask you to look at a couple more things if you want to keep those gloves on. Okay. Now approaching what's been previously shown to defense counsel as states GG for identification purposes only. Do you recognize anything on the outside of this bag?
I do not believe so.
Okay. If you would be so kind as to look inside at the manila envelope, and just look at that. You can take that out, just look at it. Do you recognize the case number on that particular item?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'm gonna get you scissors so you can open that one up. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that item?
It has my name on it and in my handwriting.
Okay, is it not in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, it is.
And what is that specific item?
This is a swab box containing swabs from the front driver's side door handle interior of the Jeep.
Okay, if you could place it back in there. And that was composite GG. Put it back in there with those other items. Thank you. I'm now approaching with what's been marked as states HH for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that item?
It has my name on it and in my handwriting.
And is it in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected it on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time the state would place requesting of states HH in and permission to publish.
HH only, correct?
HHGG is just foundation at this point.
Thank you. Is there any objection?
No.
It'll be admitted.
Okay. And investigator, if you'd be so kind as to step down again and publish it at the green screen. Thank you.
States HH will be marked States 33.
Thank you. If you'd be so kind as to publish. And what item number or G number is assigned to this particular item?
This is G67, and this is swabs from the rear driver's side door handle interior of the Jeep.
Okay, and the time of collection on this one?
Would be 5:36
And on what date?
on 10/26,
Okay.
2018.
Mr. Crimes. Okay, thank you. You can resume your seat. So, Investigator Byrne, I'm now showing you what's been previously marked as states II for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And if you want to look inside and verify that it is what it says it is. you take it out, extended added phosphorus?
Yes, it is.
And what is that?
A plastic bag.
And is it in the same or substantially same condition as when you recovered it on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, it is.
Here at this time, the state would request me to state I into evidence and publish to the jury.
Is there any objection? No, sir. It'll be admitted. You may publish.
States II would be marked states 34.
Investigator Carter, would you be so kind as to take it out and hold it up for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Where did this item come from?
This item came from the rear driver's side floorboard of the vehicle.
Thank you. If you could please place it back in the packaging. Investigator Kerr, I'm now showing you what's been previously shown to defense and marked for identification purposes only as states JJ. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that item?
It has my handwriting on it denoting the item that's inside.
Okay. Is
And the
it?
case number.
And is that, have your evidence seal on it?
Correct.
Is that item in the same or substantially same condition as when you retrieved it on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, it is.
And what is that item?
This item is the one spent casing, the Blazer 40 S&W, and photo marker 18.
Here at this time, the state is requesting to move states JJ in.
No objection. It'll be admitted.
States JJ will be marked states 35.
And Mr. Carter, if I could be so kind to have you step down and publish it. Thank you. Do you recognize the handwriting on the back of that?
Yes, I do.
Whose is that?
That's my handwriting.
Okay. Is that the same casing that you recovered?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you so much. If you could please return it to its packaging. Thank you. You may resume your seat. I'm now showing approaching with what's been previously marked as state KK for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that item?
Because this is an item that I photographed within the vehicle.
Okay. And if you want to take the scissors and open it up, if you would be so kind. And is that item in the same or substantially same condition as when you recovered it on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, and what is that item?
This is the Jeep using van.
Your Honor, this time the state requesting the state's KK into evidence.
No objection.
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
States KK will be marked States 36.
And would you be so kind as to hold that up for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Investigator Carter, with regards to States LL, I'm showing you for identification purposes only your multiple envelopes in that heat sealed packaging. Do you recognize your handwriting on any of those?
I do not believe so.
No. One moment to confer with the counsel.
Yes.
Nothing further from this witness.
Thank you. Counsel, is there any cross-examination of this witness?
Yes, please. How you doing, Mr. Sergeant?
Good yourself.
I'm a little tired. Thanks for asking. Let me ask you a few basic questions. You collected a whole bunch of items from this car, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know approximately how many items you collected?
I do not.
Would looking at your report refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
May I approach? Good look. Tell me number that. Approximately how many items did you collect from this vehicle?
I believe 14. That number, 14.
14 items?
Correct.
Okay. And the purpose of collecting those items was to have them processed, correct?
That is correct.
And when we're talking about processing items, we're talking about attempting to get DNA on the items, off the items, correct?
We are trying to collect whatever is on the piece of evidence.
Okay. And you're really looking for either DNA or fingerprints, basically.
Correct.
And the reason for that is so that you can come in here and tell these folks who touched it, because no one has the same fingerprints, correct?
Correct.
Or who may have touched it but left their DNA on it, because no one has the same DNA. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You processed this car the day of the homicides. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
What time did you get to the garage or wherever you were to process this vehicle?
May I refer to my report?
Yes. May I approach you then?
Yes.
At 14:57 hours, I was requested to respond to the...
Or translate that.
That would be 2:47, did I say?
I think I'm bad in that. That's why I became a lawyer.
2:57.
2:57.
Correct.
And what time did you leave, if you recall? Because it seems like you were there several hours.
p.m. is when I cleared the garage.
So how many hours was that, sir? From 2:57 to 9:30, you said?
2:57 to 9:30, about correct.
Okay, so that would be, what, about 7 hours?
About.
Give or take a few minutes?
Correct.
And you had another fellow officer processing the car, half the car also, correct?
No, she was a crime scene technician, not an officer.
Okay. And she was processing the car also?
That's correct.
She stayed about the same amount of time?
I believe so.
So between the two of you, you spent about 14, 15 hours processing the Jeep?
Correct.
Okay. And the purpose of that was so that you could collect all the evidence that could help this jury decide who was in that car and who may have been involved, correct?
That's correct.
And one of the items you collected was a rental agreement, which you testified to, I think belonged to Jameson Francois, correct?
That's correct.
He is the person who rented the vehicle, according to those documents, correct?
The vehicle listed on the documents.
And that was the Jeep that you spent about 15 hours processing, correct?
I believe the paperwork showed another vehicle, not the Jeep.
The lighter that you destroyed, you, of course, processed that to see who touched the lighter before you destroyed it, correct?
That's correct.
Now, when you collect an item, do you use a different pair of gloves for each item?
That's correct.
And what is the purpose of that?
The purpose is to not cross-contaminate items.
So you must have used quite a few gloves going through the Jeep in these 15 hours, I assume, correct?
Yes.
And you did a thorough search of this Jeep from the front all the way to the back, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of any other officers or CSI or any detectives going back to that vehicle and searching it again?
Not that I recall.
And you mentioned something about swabbing certain items. Did I hear you correctly?
Correct.
And that was, again, to look for DNA on those particular items, correct?
Correct.
And each time you did a swabbing of an item, you took the old gloves off and you put the new gloves on, correct?
That's correct.
And when you collected the Gatorade bottle and the various items, each time you collected the Gatorade bottle, you used a pair of gloves. Then on the water bottle, you used a different pair of gloves, et cetera, et cetera?
Yes.
Fair enough. You also mentioned something about latent fingerprints. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, a latent fingerprint is something that usually is not visible to the eye, correct?
With a blue lighting, you can see sometimes on some surfaces.
But normally, a latent fingerprint is you're looking for is a print that's not visible to the naked eye, correct?
Not fully correct.
Okay, correct me. Where am I wrong?
I was saying if you use a blue lighting on certain surfaces, a latent fingerprint can be visible.
Okay. As a lay citizen, if I'm not carrying a blue light, would you see the fingerprint on a particular item?
What item are we talking about?
Any item. If it's a latent fingerprint, would you see the fingerprint if I didn't have the blue light?
Yes.
You could. What we're talking about is if I touch this jury rail like this, you could process it even though we don't see any fingerprint. And you could lift possibly a fingerprint or an impression of a fingerprint from it, correct?
That's correct.
And then you could take this and say, guess what? Stu touched this. That's me, by the way. Correct?
Correct.
And that's what you're looking for.
Correct.
Oh. You don't do the comparisons.
No, I do not.
Someone else does.
Correct.
And that's why there are these various bags.
Repeat that, sorry.
That's why they're in these various evidence bags, because they're sent to someone else to do the processing for latent fingerprints and DNA, right?
Correct.
Okay. When you left, after you and your fellow workers spent about 15 hours going over this car, you collected all physical evidence and processed that car completely, right?
Correct.
You were never asked to go back to that vehicle?
Not that I recall.
I got to ask you one other question, if I may. There was a photograph in Exhibit 30 that displayed Detective Moretti reading a search warrant. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Who was he reading it?
To us.
You.
Correct.
And he read it from start to finish?
Correct.
May I have one moment, John? Thank you so much for your time.
Attorney, redirected this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hold on one second, excuse me.
Restroom, Judge?
All right, we need a restroom break. Ladies and gentlemen, put down your notepads. Remember the admonition, do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in presence, certainly no research. Thank you. Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel Manuel will defend it. Anything to discuss, counsel? No, sir. How about you, Mr. Demings? You need a restroom break? You're good. You're good. All right, we're in recess. Thank you.
That's okay, I can file it. I don't worry about it. I don't want to get business. No.
You ready? How about you, Council? You ready? Yes, sir. All right. You breathe, man.
Jury entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, defendants, and the counsel, the assistant state attorneys, ladies and gentlemen, jury, or witness, Mr. Carter, remains on the stand. Counsel, if you want to commence with your redirect examination, you may.
Yes, Your Honor. So Investigator Carter, drawing your attention to States 30, you indicated in questioning by defense counsel, you believe that a different type of car was indicated on this rental agreement?
That is correct.
And was the vehicle that you analyzed a 2018 Jeep Compass?
Yes.
The vehicle that's listed on this enterprise receipt in the name of Jamison Francois is what?
2018 Nissan.
Counsel asked you about being able to see fingerprints with the naked eye, and said something about a blue light. Did you say blue?
I did not.
What did you say?
I said oblique lighting.
And can you explain what oblique lighting is to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Oblique lighting is when you pass light over a surface, say this countertop, and say the possible latent fingerprints on this countertop. If you pass a light at an angle that is almost parallel with the surface, the oils are visible, the dips and valleys of the oils are visible to the naked eye, much like if you look at your cell phone screen, you can see fingerprints with the oil of your skin.
So can you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is a latent print impression?
A latent fingerprint impression is a fingerprint that is either unviewable to the naked eye or mostly viewable, which is then processed to be able to view better.
And what do you do to process it to make it view better?
You can use several different types of chemicals or processes. The most common is black fingerprint powder.
When a fingerprint is collected, can you put a timestamp on when it arrived on a surface?
No, I cannot.
Is there things that you take into account as to environmental conditions as to whether or not you would find
Objection, lady.
Is there overruled? You can answer.
Is there
Sorry, can you repeat that?
is there any environmental conditions you take into account when trying to process for fingerprints?
Yes, when a when a surface is wet, possibly with humidity, different processes could be used to collect those fingerprints. Black fingerprint powder does not work on wet surfaces, and you can use what's called SPR, also known as small particle reagent, which is then sprayed over a surface, which then adheres to the oils on the wet surface.
With regards to talking about surfaces, can you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury which surfaces are ideal and which are less than ideal for recovering fingerprints?
The best surface that you can have to recover fingerprints would be a smooth, non-porous surface, and other surfaces that are porous that can be processed for latent prints, but requires extra chemicals and different processes that would be for a smooth surface.
What about fabric?
Fabric? Yeah.
Okay. CSI's wrong on that?
Sorry?
CSI, the TV show's wrong on that?
Sometimes.
With regards to DNA, can we see DNA with the naked eye?
No, you cannot.
So how do you determine what areas to process?
The different areas you go through the process of elimination on the thought process of what is possibly been touched. I am taking swabs to see if there's DNA or there is no DNA, and you are merely collecting what is there.
In terms of the other evidence in this case, have you reviewed a surveillance footage before you collected the DNA swabs in this case?
No, I did not.
Have you ever seen a surveillance footage of anything in this case?
Objection beyond the scope.
Overruled.
So have you ever seen the surveillance footage in this case?
No.
No?
No.
Nothing else, Your Honor?
Anything else to this witness? No?
No, Your Honor.
Is he excused?
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. You may step down. You're excused. Go ahead, next witness.
Sarah Carroll?
Good afternoon. Are you Tara Carroll?
Yes.
Welcome. This is our witness stand over here. Come on up, please. When you get to your witness stand, you put your things down. Just remain standing for a bit. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Tara Carroll,
Please spell your first and last name for the court reporter.
Taracarrol.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Ms. Carroll, that microphone in front of you will only adjust up or down. It doesn't move back and forth, all right?
Okay, thank you.
You're all set?
All set?
Counsel, if you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Carroll. How are you today?
I'm good, thank you.
Where do you work?
At Miramar Police Department.
How long have you worked at the Miramar Police Department?
I've been there now almost 7 years.
And what do you do at the Miramar Police Department?
I am a certified crime scene investigator.
Can you explain a little bit about the background and education that you have to become a certified crime scene investigator?
Yes, ma'am. I have my degree in crime scene technology. And then once on board with Miramar, we take quite a few trainings throughout our employment. I also became certified with IAI in 2019, which required another training as well.
Okay, so I want to go through some of the training that you've done over the years.
Okay.
Starting in 2012, was that part of your degree that you talked about?
Yes, ma'am.
And so what years did you attend and what college did you attend to get your degree?
That was Kaiser University, and it was 2012 to 2014. And we took what was considered core classes. So those were all hands-on training classes.
Were all of your courses at Kaiser University with regards to crime scene and forensics?
Most of them, yes.
Once you were employed with the Miramar Police Department, you said you did continuing training.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you attend classes in crime scene reconstruction?
I did.
Did you attend classes in bloodstain documentation collection methods?
Yes, ma'am.
Firearms and tool marks?
Yes.
Collecting footwear and tire impressions?
Yes.
Latent fingerprints and
Yes.
fingerprint identification?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you do crime scene imaging?
I did.
Okay. Did you attend classes with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security Incident Command?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you conduct new hire training with crime scene when you first came on to Miramar?
A couple of years in, then I would train some of our new hires.
Explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that first initial crime scene training is.
Training the...
At Miramar, when you first came on, what were you trained in, processes, procedures?
Okay, yes. We were trained in documenting, processing, and collecting evidence, but it was a 4-month training. So we basically shadowed whoever was working that day, and we were on 24/7 on call for 4 months straight.
So with regards to that, the individual that you were shadowing, do you recall who that was?
It was a couple different people. My supervisor, Michael Kelly, my coworker, Lisa Cruz.
And so with regards, you said Michael Kelly is your supervisor.
Yes, ma'am.
Has he been your supervisor the entire time you've been in crime scene?
He has.
After you finished your training, did you then begin casework as a crime scene investigator?
I did. At that time, I was considered a crime scene technician until I was certified and then became a crime scene investigator.
So what's the difference between a crime scene technician and a crime scene investigator?
It is the certification. It's a actually worldwide certification through the International Association of Identification. It's a prestigious forensic network.
And with the International Association of Identification, is there proficiency testing that is done?
What do you mean by proficiency?
Do you have to take coursework and show that you are able to do the work that you are certified?
Oh, absolutely, yes. We had to have a certain amount of training hours. I believe it was maybe 120 of their certified trainings. And then you also had 2 college textbooks, pretty big books that we were tested on. We had 100 question tests as well.
As a crime scene technician or crime scene investigator, are you a sworn law enforcement officer?
No, ma'am.
Are you a civilian employee?
Yes, I am.
I want to draw your attention back to October 26th of 2018.
Okay.
Did you have an occasion to become involved in the investigation under Miramar case number 18-10-06269?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your role?
I became involved, I believe it was the day after, when there was a search warrant obtained for a gray Jeep.
Ms. O'Shea?
It was beyond, I apologize, I hit the wrong button.
Okay, going back to October 26th of 2018, were you asked to assist crime scene technician or crime scene investigator Christopher Carter executing a search warrant?
Yes.
Okay. When you got that call and you responded to the West substation, what were you assigned to do?
I was assigned to assist him in processing the vehicle.
Did you collect swabs of DNA?
I did.
What side of the car were you responsible for?
I was responsible for the passenger side of the vehicle.
Did you also collect latent fingerprints?
I did.
And what side of the car were you responsible for the latent fingerprints?
That was the driver's side. I did the latent side.
While you are on scene and processing the items that you collected, are you taking photographs on scene during the search warrant of the Jeep?
Christopher was taking the photographs, yes.
That was your job to take photographs at the lab?
Yes, I took photographs of whatever I collected.
Okay. And so is there a specific reason why you take your photographs and he takes his?
We've always done it that way. That's just the policy.
Okay. Showing defense counsel, it previously had an opportunity to go through, states MM for identification purposes. Investigator Carroll, did you have an opportunity to review the photos in the USB here prior to coming into court?
I did.
Did those photos fairly and accurately depict the items that you processed at the lab after they were collected?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know that those photos are the same that's on that USB?
Because I initialed the USB.
Here, at this time, the state would request to move the state's MM into evidence and publish to the jury.
Is there any objection?
No objections.
They'll be admitted. How many photographs are there, Counsel?
Just one moment, Your Honor. I think 37, but I'm going off memory.
States MM, the mark states 37.
24, I apologize. 24 photos.
Positive 24 photographs. Thank you. Thank you, Counsel.
I got it.
Very quick. Sorry, Bobby, you want to grab this drill and walk? Thank you. So that you can see the image in front of you on the screen as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the item 1 that's on there, what's the purpose of that item 1?
One would be the photo marker, so that would explain, once you look back at the photos of the search warrant, every piece of evidence that was collected is marked with a number. So you would see a cone or some sort of photo marker. So that's what was noted as photo marker 1.
The liquids that are in these bottles, are they maintained by the Miramar Police Department?
No, so we did, I believe there was a sample of the liquid taken out of the Zephyr Hills bottle, but no, we don't submit liquids to property and evidence.
Going on to the next photo, this was found at what photo marker?
At number 2.
Moving on to photo marker number 3.
Yes, ma'am.
Where this was found in what area of the Jeep?
May I refer to my report?
Please, if that would help, or refresh your recollection.
Number 3 was found on the front passenger side floorboard.
On item number 3, we're still looking at that same number. What is this photo showing?
Usually we'll photograph the front side and then again the back side.
The green leafy substance that is visible in this photograph, Was that submitted for testing at the Broward Sheriff's Office Crime Lab?
Yes, ma'am.
Going on to item number 4. Were these items collected from that same Jeep?
From the same Jeep, yes, ma'am.
And in terms of the receipt, are you familiar with the Fountains of Miramar?
I am.
And the Chick-fil-A indication restaurant on the top of that. Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where that is in the city of Miramar?
If I'm correct, the Fountains would be out west. I'm not exactly sure the names of the streets.
Okay. And in terms of the date and time on this receipt, is this clearly and accurately depict this photograph, how the receipt looked when you collected it on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what date is on there?
October 25th, 2018 at 11:20 a.m.
Okay. On item number 4, you indicated this would be the back side of any of those items?
Yes,
ma'am. Item number 5, is this depict how you found this in the Jeep?
Yes, ma'am.
Item number 6.
Yes.
And do you recall where these were found, this item?
I believe it was in the, like the cubby of where the handle on the door was.
Item number 7.
Yes.
What are we looking at in item number 7?
That would be a projectile.
Item number 8. Do you recall collecting these items?
I do.
And where were they found? Do you need to refresh your
Yes.
recollection? If there's anything that would, please do so silently to yourself and look up when you're done.
You know, I'm sorry, I don't have listed the location of that. It was on the passenger side. I just, I would have to see an overall photo. I'm going to know for sure.
So in terms of wherever photo marker number 8
Yes.
was, the yellow cone or placard.
Exactly. Exactly.
The green leafy substance in this one by photo number 8, was that also sent to the Broward Sheriff's Office Crime Lab for analysis?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we stipulate that that's marijuana, just, we can move it on.
So then, in terms of that, stipulate to the introduction of states LL?
I stipulate that it's marijuana, I didn't stipulate to its introduction, I object to its relevance.
So with regards to...
Mr. Sidewalk, please, sir. One second, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, when lawyers or parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is up for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is that the item in marker 8 is cannabis. The green leafy substance is cannabis or marijuana. Is that
Thanks.
correct stipulation, counsel?
That is correct, sir.
State?
So accepted, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to photo marker number 9. Did you document in your report where photo marker number 9 was?
Rear passenger floorboard.
Okay. The item that we're looking at here, what is this?
Cell phone with a cover.
Did you collect and process items 10?
I did.
Item 11?
Yes, ma'am.
Item 21?
Yes.
Are you able to preserve item 21 at the Miramar Police Department Property and Evidence Unit?
No, we're not.
Why not?
Because it's a flammable substance and it can't be checked into evidence.
Prior to checking it into evidence, do you process any such items?
I do.
How so?
Depending on the item and what is requested of us, usually we'll swab it for DNA or fingerprint.
Moving on to item 22 and 23, these are processed and collected. What is item number 24?
That would also be a projectile.
And which side of the car does this projectile come from?
Okay.
If you need to refer to your notes, please do so. I want to make sure you're accurate.
Okay, this one was on the driver's floorboard underneath the pedals.
So this is now item 25. What are we looking at here?
Yes, ma'am. This was a combination of items that were found in the pocket behind the seat. May I look at my report
Please,
again?
if you need to.
Behind the front passenger seat.
The phone that we're looking at in this photo, was it turned on?
I don't know.
Was there any damage to that phone?
I don't recall it. It doesn't appear so from the back shot.
Okay. And then going on to item 27.
Okay.
Did you recover that item?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall what part of the car that projectile was recovered from?
I'm pretty sure that was inside of the seat.
And if you want to verify, take
Yes,
a moment to refresh
please.
my recollection, please do.
Removed from the inside of the rear passenger side seat.
With regards to the processing
Yes.
for DNA, did you do that on October 30th of 2018?
Yes, I did.
Okay. The photographs that we just went through, were those taken on October 31st of 2018? And if with looking at the data on the phone or on the photos themselves on the screen help you?
Oh, yes. There you go. Yes, ma'am.
So after you took those photos and you documented all of those items, did you then try and process items for latent prints that were recovered from the car?
Yes.
How do you do that?
To process for latent prints, we will usually start with a fresh pair of gloves. I'll place the item on a fresh pair of piece of butcher paper. And then we use Lin PD black powder and fiberglass brush.
And in terms of once you get the latents, what do you do to determine whether they are of value or not of value?
Okay, so once we lift them, and we'll place them on a lift card, which has the information on the back, the print on the front, then I'll usually pass it by my supervisor, see if he thinks it's a good enough quality to submit. And as long as he agrees, then we submit it to the BSO lab for analysis.
Does the Miramar Police Department do any in-house fingerprint analysis?
No.
In terms of, in this case, did you process all of the little blue round containers containing cannabis?
I processed the ones that we showed here, yes, in the pictures.
And in terms of finding latent prints, any that you found would have been submitted?
May I look at my report again? Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm going to go forward to February 6th of 2019.
Okay.
On that date, did you collect glass from the Jeep?
I did.
What was the purpose of collecting the glass?
There was glass found at a scene out on US 27. So in order to determine that it was the same glass that came from the Jeep, they had collected that glass from the scene, and I went to collect the glass from the Jeep, from different parts of the Jeep, so then we could then send it off to FDLE for analysis.
Oh. So I want to start with showing you what's been previously marked as states N for identification purposes. What's been previously shown to defense prior to showing you what's been previously marked as states N for identification purposes and shown to defense counsel.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize those items?
I do.
How do you recognize those items?
It's my handwriting.
Are they what are they?
They are the latent lift cards from the vehicle. So those would be the actual cards that I told you that the print would be on the front and information on the back.
And are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you lifted them on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request no states into evidence.
No objections, sir.
They'll be admitted.
States in will be marked states 38.
And approach with what's been previously shown as states LL. Do you recognize the items in states LL?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they in the same or substantially same condition when you collected them on October 26th of 2018?
Yes.
The heat sealed packaging with the green label on that, is that done by the Miramar Police Department?
No, it's not.
The other items inside, are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you recovered them?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states LL into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
They'll be admitted.
States LL will be marked states 39.
Approaching and showing you what's been previously shown to defense counsel and labeled for identification purposes only as states double O. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
That appears to be latent cards.
Are those in your handwriting?
Yes, it is.
Are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states OO into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
They'll be admitted.
States OO will be marked states 40.
Now showing defense counsel what's been previously marked as states P for identification. Showing you now, Ms. Carroll, what's been marked as states PP for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that?
I do.
How do do you recognize that?
It's also my handwriting.
And is that item something you collected?
It is.
What is it?
There was a rental agreement for the Jeep and another receipt for a phone repair out of the glove box of the Jeep.
And are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you recovered them?
Yes, ma'am.
Here, at this time, the state would request an state's double key into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
They'll be admitted.
States double P will be marked states 41.
Showing counsel what's been marked as states Q. Investigator Carroll, I'm showing you what's been marked as states Q for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
Also my handwriting.
What are those items?
These would be collection tins full of the glass fragments from the Jeep, from the separate areas of the Jeep.
Are those in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them in November of 2008?
Yes, ma'am.
Or, I'm sorry, February of 2019.
Yes.
My apologies. Your Honor, at this time, the state would request an states Q in.
No objections.
It'll be admitted.
That's a composite of 3.
States QQ will be marked states 42.
I want to draw now showing defense counsel what's been marked as states SS. Investigator Carroll, I'm showing you now what's been marked for identification purposes only as states SS.
Okay.
Do you recognize those items?
I do.
How do you recognize those items?
Also my handwriting and my initials.
Are those items in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected those on October 26th of 2018?
Yes.
And how do you recognize what those are?
Well, I see on the bag, it's 3 projectiles and I can hear them in the tins.
And are they in the same or substantially same condition?
Yes, ma'am.
You're at this time, the state requesting the states SSN.
No objection, Your Honor.
They'll be admitted.
States SS will be marked states 43.
Showing defense counsel. Ms. Carroll, I'm showing you it's been previously marked as states TT
Yes.
for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
How do you recognize that item?
It's my handwriting and I remember the item.
And is that item in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request the states TT into evidence.
I have no objections.
It will be admitted.
States TT will be marked states 44.
I'm now showing you for identification purposes only what's been marked as states UU for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
How do you recognize that item?
By my handwriting.
And what is that item?
These is the pair of sneakers that were found on the rear passenger floorboard.
Okay. And are those the ones that you documented in the photos we looked at earlier?
The red ones, correct.
Are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them in October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request permission to enter states UU into evidence.
No objection.
It will be admitted.
States UU will be marked states 45.
So going forward now, Investigator Carroll, did there come an occasion in which you came into contact with the defendant, Jamel Demons?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Showing defense counsel that's been previously marked as states R. Investigator, do you recognize these items?
I do.
What are
These would be buccal swabs of Mr. Demons.
they? And explain what buccal swabs are, please.
They are swabs of the inside of your cheek to obtain your DNA.
Are these in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you identify for the record who you collected these items, the swabs from?
From Mr. Demons.
And can you please identify him by an article of clothing and where he's sitting in the courtroom?
Yes, at the defendant's table with the navy blue suit and silver shirt.
Silver shirt. Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
The record shall so reflect an in-court identification of the defendant.
And as to states RR, the state will submit those now into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection, they'll be admitted.
States RR will be marked states 46.
So Ms. Carroll, at this point, if I could ask you to bring some gloves and ask permission for her to step down to publish the items that have just been entered.
She's going to be on the screen.
Yes, Your Honor.
Garrett, on the screen.
Oh, sorry.
No, Garrett, you can just look forward. Thank you.
So Ms. Carroll, I'm going to start with asking you to investigate your own authorities to publish the 3 projectiles, and I will get scissors for you. If you want to step to the podium back there. So I'm going to start by publishing State 43. Would you be so kind? Okay. Thank you. Just that. Is there an item number on each of these?
Yes, there is.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the item or group number is that's indicated on each of these property stickers?
The group number is basically just the item number. So each individual item that we collect gets an item number when it's put into property and evidence.
Are these stickers generated by property and evidence of the Miramar Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if you could start with, and this is item number, you have it as 27. And would that correspond with the item number on your property receipt?
Yes, it would, and that's the photo marker number as well.
Okay. Maybe so kind just to publish, and then inside of it as well? And so 27, that was the rear seat projectile.
Yes.
Okay.
Inside the seat.
Thank you. So you just want to move that one, close that one, so they don't get confused, and you put that up to the side. You go to the next one. And you show which this projectile is.
This is number 7, and that would be from the rear passenger floorboard.
Okay. Be so kind as to open that up. Thank you. And what item is this?
This is number 24, projectile front driver's side floorboard under the pedals.
Okay. Thank you so much. And if you could repackage those. And then next, if you would be so kind as to open the latent you just pick one to show as a demonstrative to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the latent cards look like?
Sure. So this would be the front of the card with the tape where the actual lift happened. And we always initial down at the bottom. And then on the back of the card would give you the information, the date and time it was lifted, the address, and where it was lifted from.
Okay. And that would be the same for what's known as States 40 as well?
Yes.
Would you be so kind as to show those?
Sure.
Is there any rhyme or reason as to the different sizes of the latent print cards?
Well, usually the larger cards would be used if there's maybe a couple fingers or something that would be larger than this actual card.
And be so kind, and again, to show on the smaller version how it's done.
Yes, so this would be the front with the tape. And the back with the information.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
I will put that in there. Thank you. Okay. Please resume your seat. Thank you. So, Mr. I want to go forward to March 1st of 2019.
Okay.
Were you asked to process a cell phone that was recovered here at the courthouse?
Yes, I was.
On March 1st of 2019, I'm sorry, the iPhone that you were, or the phone that you were requested to process, what type of phone was it?
May I look at my report?
Yes.
It was a Apple iPhone X, gold, rose, and color.
Did it have a distinctive serial number on that phone?
It did.
And what was that serial number?
It's FFNXV1VPHF.
When you were provided that phone, what were you asked to analyze on it?
I was requested to both photograph and then process it for possible blood.
Did you do that?
I did.
With regards to the blood testing, what type of testing did you do?
I did Blue Star.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is Blue Star?
Yes, Blue Star latent blood reagent. It's a chemical that we could spray on something that we presume may have had blood at one time. It could have even possibly been cleaned up. And if there was a presence of blood, it reacts with the hemoglobin, different chemicals, maybe with the amino acids in the blood, and it fluoresces.
This rose gold iPhone X ending with the serial number of 1VPHF. Did it have any fluorescence or glow?
The results were negative.
With regards to the DNA swabs that were collected, does the Miramar Police Department do any in-house DNA processing?
No, ma'am.
One moment to confer with co-counsel.
Yes.
So I want to go back to November 28th of 2019.
Okay.
Were you present for a trajectory analysis?
I was.
In terms of your role in that analysis, what did you do?
I just assisted with placing the trajectory rods as well as labeling the rods to show the path of the bullets.
With regards to determinations of things on the outside of the car, What were you trying to establish?
The outside of the car, we were trying to establish basically, well, an approximate height of the shooter, as well as if there was any angles or exactly how the bullets hit the car.
Did you do a shooting reconstruction?
No.
Is there a difference between those two?
Yes.
Are you trained and able to do a shooting reconstruction?
I am not trained for it, and we do not have the equipment for that. Yes.
So going on to later on in this investigation, have you had a chance to see that vehicle again since that processing?
Yes.
And were you made aware that additional agencies assisted in investigating that vehicle?
I was, yes.
Other projectiles were recovered that were not from the Miramar Police Department. Were you aware of that?
I was, yes.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why the Miramar Police Department couldn't get those projectiles out of the car?
Yes, in certain situations like that, you may have to take the car apart, basically, and we just simply don't have the type of equipment that would be needed for that.
Other than what we've talked about so far, does that complete and describe your involvement in the investigation in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. Any cross-examination this witness?
Yes, sir. I'd just like to clarify a few things. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you? Let me start where you ended. Ms. Bradley alerted you to the fact that there were some projectiles that were recovered from the vehicle that you had not recovered during your processing of the vehicle.
Yes, sir.
And did you find them? And just when you processed the vehicle, you found them, but you weren't able to recover. Is that what we're to understand?
No, we did. We collected everything we found.
Okay. So you didn't find it. It's not a situation where you found the existence of the projectiles, made note of them, but were unable to recover them. You just didn't find them.
We didn't find them. We documented all the holes, but we did not go into the metal or the, tear apart the seats looking for them. Yes.
Okay. But so you're saying the projectiles that you did not find were in holes, the existence of which you documented?
I'm assuming. I'm not positive about
Right.
that.
You don't even know that you found the hole that the projectiles were found in. You can't say that.
No. I mean, they would obviously have to be in one of the holes, but I would not know which holes.
Right. You might have missed those perforations altogether, is what you're saying.
I mean, it's possible. I don't know if that we did miss any, but it is possible.
Right. So you can't really help to educate us on how thorough your processing was, because you don't even know where the projectiles came from that you did not find, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Because of course, if you saw a perforation in a part of the vehicle where a projectile obviously went into,
right,
but you didn't see an exit, you would assume it was still in there, right?
Yes, but they can ricochet around the vehicle as well. That doesn't always mean that's the exit.
Sorry, I might have misspoke. You would speculate that maybe it's still in there.
Yes.
And since your department lacked the ability to take the vehicle apart, you would have alerted your supervisor, prosecutor, VSO to the fact that there is a perforation that we observed, but we lack the ability and technology to fully investigate, and therefore, in order to make sure that there is a complete investigation, please look into that. you'd have done it, right? If you saw it.
We just document what we see. Like, I'm not the one that would be reporting that to anybody. So, yeah, we would just take photographs of what we see and place the rods in those areas.
Okay, so this would be kind of a not my job situation. I took a picture of a hole, something might be in there, but let somebody else figure out whether to go check for it, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
All right. I noticed that in various parts throughout your report,
Okay.
it indicates the sentence begins before it lists the items that you retrieved using a fresh set of latex gloves, right?
Yes, sir.
That's because you use a fresh set of latex gloves for each particular item that you retrieve?
Not necessarily. If the items that we're collecting are grouped together in a group, then that's usually the same set of gloves they're already touching.
Oh.
If I'm changing areas, then yes, I will change my gloves.
Okay. So if you put on a set of latex gloves, let's take, for example, we saw a photograph that juxtaposed condoms with a Bible.
Okay.
Unholy matrimony, right? Okay. And you found them in the same location, that's why you took them in the same photo?
Yes, sir.
And you were presuming, therefore, that the same person put the Bible in there and the condoms in there? Or were you risking contaminating them by using the same gloves to retrieve them both?
They were all already grouped together, touching. So if there was any contamination to be done, it would have already happened. They were all bound together in the same place.
Okay, so you're telling me that all of those items were touching each other?
Yeah, it was in the back seat pocket.
Why does that mean they were touching each other?
They were all grouped together
Okay,
in
so you
the
don't,
pocket.
no, I'm sorry.
They were all grouped together in the pocket when I pulled them out.
Okay, so you don't have a photograph depicting them as you observed them touching each other. You're just assuming maybe they were since they're all in the same pocket, right?
I mean, I would assume there was a photograph. I don't know. I didn't take the photographs that day.
Okay. Well, let's talk about items. Are you saying that you only change gloves for individual items when they exist in a contained compartment such that they may all be touching each other?
No. If they're all touching each other, if they're in a group, like if you had a pile of bloody clothes, I'm not going to change my gloves in between each item of clothing because they're sitting on top of each other.
Okay.
But if there was a pile here and a pile over there, then yes, I would change my gloves in between this pile and that pile.
Okay. So are you saying under oath that the only time that you do not change your latex gloves when you're retrieving items if you observe them physically touching each other? Is that what you're saying?
That's usually the policy, yes.
But that's not.
That I follow every time.
Okay, because that. Sorry to belabor the point, but what I thought I heard you say is that if items are in the same area,
Right.
you may not necessarily change your gloves, right?
Right, yes, if they're found in the same area, grouped together.
Okay, that's what you meant to say, in the same area, grouped together such that they're touching?
That's what I thought I said, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, and that's the only time that you didn't change your gloves in this case?
I mean, I don't really recall exactly. I follow the same procedures every time.
Oh, can I have one second?
Yes.
Okay. I have here, do you have your reports with you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Could you reference the one that indicates the activity in which you're engaged on October the 26th of 2018?
Okay.
I think that's the one. Now, this refers to your retrieving latents, right?
Okay.
Not retrieving items.
Okay.
Am I right about that? I think I may have the wrong.
From October 26th of the Jeep you're
Yes.
talking about? It's everything. The latents, the swabs, the collection of items.
Okay. And recovery of items as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and in every instance in your report where it says using a fresh pair of latex gloves would document each instance in which you did so, and that was the purpose of your making that notation. Is that correct?
I mean, I change them often in between. I may not note every single time I've changed them. We usually have a couple different pair on, and I'll just take them off. I don't know. I just don't. I could change them 20 times throughout. I just don't notate every single time.
Is that what you're saying happened here?
I honestly don't recall what happened or how many times I changed my gloves. It was quite a while ago.
Let me ask you this. What's the point of making a notation of the fact that you used a fresh pair of latex gloves? What was your intention of making that notation?
Mrs. Stain, you've got to answer the question.
Okay, well, you would agree with me that if you changed your gloves on 20 occasions and made note of it 5 times, that would be a bit odd, right?
I don't know. I mean, we've always written our reports that way, so I don't know exactly what you're asking. Would it be odd that I listed it 5 times?
But changed it 20 times.
I don't think so.
Okay. Okay, maybe I used the wrong word. You would agree with me it might be a little bit misleading then.
No, I don't think so.
So you just thought to note it sometimes and sometimes you didn't?
I noted it in between each different job that I did. So it's noted before collection of items, it's noted before collecting DNA, and it's also noted before collecting fingerprints.
Okay, let me direct your attention to the second page of your report.
Sure.
Halfway down the page, it says, using a fresh pair of latex gloves, I collected the following items from the Great Jeep.
Right.
Zephyr Hills water bottle.
Objection, Your Honor, proper ID.
Okay. Did you recover a Zephyr Hills water bottle?
I did.
And did you do it using a fresh pair of latex gloves?
Yes, that was the first item I collected.
And then I think we saw in the photograph also a small Sutter Home white Zinfandel bottle.
Yes.
You collected that as well?
Yes.
Did you change your gloves between collecting those 2 items?
I don't honestly remember, but seeing how they were both in the passenger side door pocket, I'm not sure. It looks like they came from the same place.
Okay. And there was a small bottle of black bomb scent, bomb fragrance that you also retrieved.
Okay.
Among other items, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were saying that you really can't attest that you changed your gloves on each occasion, right?
In between each area, I can tell you, yes, I did. But I can't tell you how many times now.
Okay. But you would agree with me that if you don't change your gloves, there is a risk, however small, however great, of cross-contamination. You would agree with that?
Sure.
Okay. And that risk may have manifested in this case. You can't attest that it did.
Speculation.
Sustained.
You also retrieved some glass from a car.
Yes, sir.
And I noticed that you use latex gloves then.
Yes.
And the purpose of using latex gloves as opposed to any other gloves is because presumably those gloves themselves are sterile, right?
All our gloves are sterile.
Okay. But when you were collecting the glass from the car,
right,
you put on latex gloves.
Yes.
And then you put on gardening gloves over the latex gloves.
Yes, sir.
And the gardening gloves were sterilized?
I don't remember, honestly, but we weren't processing that for DNA.
Okay. So why'd you put the latex gloves on underneath?
So I wouldn't get cut by the glass.
I thought that's why you had the gardening gloves.
Oh, yes, that's why we had the gardening gloves on, I guess just out of habit.
Just have it?
Yeah.
Okay. Because if you wanted to make sure that was sterile, what you'd have done was you would put the latex gloves on over the gardening gloves, as opposed to the other way around, right?
If you wanted to make sure it was sterile, correct.
Okay, but you did not have an interest in maintaining the sterility of work?
I think so.
Yeah, of the item at that time. That was
no, we weren't testing it for DNA.
Okay. And you were telling us, I think, that you tested a phone for the presence of blood?
Yes, sir.
Why would you do that?
I was requested to by the detective.
So, and you were saying you found blood on that?
No, I didn't.
There was no blood on it? Okay. When you conduct an investigation, right?
Yes.
Strike that. When you retrieve items in the course of processing a crime scene,
yes, sir.
In this case a vehicle,
okay,
you maintain them, you maintain their integrity for purposes of future testing.
Yes.
Right? Of DNA, possibly.
Yes.
And fingerprints.
Yes.
And because life tends to leave a trail, right?
Yes.
So if I rub this desk, I might not have left a fingerprint because of the manner in which I'm touching it, but maybe I left DNA because of the oil in my hands, for example.
Possibly, yes.
And so if you test that, you might find evidence that I touched it.
Correct.
And so when you do that processing, you do it in order to try and obtain evidence that someone may have touched an item, right?
Yes.
And particularly for fingerprints, smooth surfaces that are non-porous are particularly conducive to leaving fingerprints.
Yes, sir.
Such as a water bottle, right?
Yes.
A projectile.
It's a little harder, but yes.
A spent casing, maybe?
Sometimes, yes.
You've analyzed spent casings before.
Yes.
And you've retrieved fingerprints and DNA from them.
I have.
Which informed you in the instances in which you have and were able to identify that somebody, you were able to identify maybe who loaded a firearm?
I have gotten fingerprints off of casings, but never enough to identify somebody.
DNA?
Off a spent casing, I personally have not.
Okay. How long have you been doing this?
I've been doing this for 7 years.
Okay. All right. Like, for example, a water bottle, you retrieved a water bottle or a bottle of iced tea that appears to have been consumed would be a particularly fertile item from which you might retrieve DNA.
DNA, yes.
Somebody was likely putting it to their lips.
Exactly.
Okay. So when you do this kind of processing in an attempt to retrieve information, right? Mm-hmm. And after all the processing, no information is retrieved of value, then it's kind of a wash, right?
What do you mean?
You went, I'm sorry.
What do you mean it's a wash?
You went in looking to find information which may implicate or identify a certain person, but then when you find no information,
it's considered a no-hit.
It's a no-hit?
Yes.
Okay, so it's really of no value?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't do the analyses for prints yourself, you send them off?
Yes, sir.
And the DNA as well?
Yes, sir.
So you may know the results, but you wouldn't be the right person to ask about that?
No.
Okay. Can I have a minute, Your Honor?
Yes.
Actually, sorry, before I go, there was a rental agreement that you retrieved?
Yes, sir.
Is that the same rental agreement that the gentleman with whom you were processing the car retrieved? There were 2 rental agreements, right?
I don't know. I'm sorry, do you mind if I look at my?
No, please do.
I just have that a 2-page rental agreement for Jameson Francois from Enterprise Rental for the Nissan RSPT.
It was a Nissan RSPT? That's what you retrieved?
Yes, that's what it looks like. And that I found it in the glove box, photo marker number 26.
Can I have a quick second?
Yes.
And gold teeth, that would be another pretty likely fertile DNA item. Something you stick in your mouth all the time.
Yes.
Okay. So that was preserved for DNA as well.
I'm assuming, I think that I did swab that at one point. But yes, it would have been preserved.
Okay. You don't need it. You were telling us earlier that you photographed items that you retrieved and the partner with whom you conducted this processing investigation photographed the items that he retrieved?
He did the entire crime scene photos. The items that I collected, I photographed in the lab.
Okay. So in other words, he would have photographed everything, but you would have photographed just those that you retrieved?
Correct.
Okay, makes sense. One moment, please. Nothing further. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any redirect examination of this witness?
Investigator Carroll, how many items were swabbed approximately for DNA in this case?
Oh, okay. What would you like me to try to count?
Please, if you would.
Okay.
Please, okay.
Do you want just from the Jeep?
The
Or
entire, all the items that were processed, swabbed, everything else?
I would only have what I actually swabbed. Okay. I have 15 different items just from the Jeep. I have I had 5 additional items that were swabbed at a later date, but also items found in the Jeep.
Okay. So does the Broward Sheriff's Office process every single DNA swab that you collect?
No.
Why not?
Objection?
Suggestion?
I think that's beyond her scope of knowledge.
Sustained.
So, Investigator Carroll, with regards to the DSO crime lab, did they conduct all of the DNA analysis for the Miramar Police Department?
They do the analysis. We were not allowed to submit all the swabs.
Okay. With regards to the gloves on that, do you change between every DNA swab that is collected as policy of the Miramar Police Department?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
I just have one question.
Sure.
Ma'am, when you say you weren't allowed to submit the swabs, was there a rule that permitted you from doing so for like economic reasons or something?
The lab only allows us to do 10 at a time, and then possibly we could have another round of 10. A lot of times we'll need permission from the DNA manager to even submit any more than 10 on a homicide.
Okay. So if there are like maybe 30 relevant DNA swabs that you do, policy on a homicide case says you only are allowed to submit 10, 20 with permission, hardly ever more.
Yeah, I mean, it used to be we could do 10, then we'd have a second round of 10, then you'd be looking at permission. Recently, it's changed a bit, so it's usually up to the lab whether or not they're gonna allow us to submit anymore.
Thank you, Judge.
Anything else in this witness, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
She excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Madam, thank you very much. You may step down, Ms. Carroll. You're excused.
Thank you so much.
And who's your next witness?
They're here, and it's left for a 5-minute comfort
Sure.
break.
We take a short recess. Ladies and gentlemen, please note pass on the chairs. When under the admonition, do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case regarding serving no research. Just leave your note pass on the chairs. Thank you. Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel remain along with the defendant. Defendant, is your restroom break or anything?
No, sir.
Thank you. All right, anything to discuss now?
Nothing at this time.
All right, we're recessed. Thank you.
Thank you.
this week. It's a 3 days agreement.
Was that what?
What are you laughing at? What did I do? What did I do? Why is everybody laughing at me? I didn't even tell a joke. Huh? I can't tell any of my jokes in here, man. All my jokes are so bad. I get in trouble for all my jokes. I end up in human resources when I tell jokes. I guys remember, if you haven't been told before, cell phones gotta stay away. Okay? Thank you. Can't have your cell phones out. That was my point. I'll say it again. No, I got you. Who's the old lady? Who's the old lady? She an attorney? Wait, that's fucking attorney. Remain seated, come to order, force back in session.
How you doing, Jeff?
Good, you?
Very well. The record on the right. Oh, all right.
Really? Really?
His counsel and the assistant state attorney. Counsel, you're suggesting who is your next witness
Leandra Phillips,
and what she had testified to?
the identity of the deceased, Christopher Thomas.
All right, and
May I ask the relationship of Ms. Phillips?
The mother.
We would object on the grounds of that case.
all right, and as counsel aware, I read the case earlier. It basically said it's not the preferred method because they're concerned, and I asked you whether you spoke to the witness and concerned about her getting emotional on the stand. You said you did, correct?
Yes, sir. We talked about that, and then what I can also do to alleviate that is have them authenticate the USB and the drive, but not publish it until after they are off the stand.
And counsel also indicated he was objecting not so much that he was concerned about her being emotional, just the effect it would have on the jury, is the way I understood it. Is that correct, Counsel?
That's correct, sir.
And so he was saying that there's other witnesses available that can testify to basically the same thing. And my recollection at sidebar, you said that you didn't have other, and you put in the words, credible witnesses that would be able to identify the decedent. Is that correct?
That are non-law enforcement, that is correct.
And then we would respectfully suggest that suggests that these two decedents knew nobody in this world except their family, which is hard to believe, and that in itself is not credible contention. The state's been investigating this case for 4 years. This trial is anticipated to last beyond the next few weeks, and we strenuously object to this process being engaged in dereliction or in violation of the case law. Not a case, many cases.
Again, I have to pull a case up that I found out of Supreme Court. I believe it was Rodriguez, is the case, State v. Rodriguez. I could be wrong, but that's my recollection. But that also indicated, as a general rule, it didn't say it can never happen, and it also talked about whether there are other credible witnesses that could basically testify to those issues that the alleged victim is dead, one of the elements of proof the state has. So I'll find that case again and just see exactly what it says, but that was my recollection. The second thing, though, is I thought this was resolved by, you made a suggestion that you're going to stipulate to it, and so we tabled it. That was the understanding that I asked about having the stipulation, when would that be, and when would that happen, and you indicated that after, I guess, the luncheon recess or something, that you had further conversation, and you were not inclined to enter the stipulation after discussing that with your client.
Yes, you're right. Yes, that's correct. And here's the thing: I would think that if that the state would be for there to be a complete record, to be able to put on the record a good faith effort that it made to identify anybody on this planet that knows these two decedents other than their family, saying we spoke to two people and they declined or couldn't, wouldn't cut it. So I think the record would have to contain an itemization of their efforts before the court draws a conclusion that the only witnesses who would suffice are the ones that the case law discourages.
I'm looking at the case now, so. United States, you have any cases that you wish me to take a look at? Anything else from the defense?
Just to the citation of the other case, Your Honor, I don't need to read it into record. I'm sure the court has.
The one I'm reading is Rodriguez v. State, and it's cited at 919 Southern 2nd, 1252, and it's really just a short paragraph, very generic, but it basically says that's not the preferred method to identify, as long as there's non-related credible witnesses are available to testify as to the identity of the deceased.
Right. And I believe the seminal case is Weltree v. State, 402 Southern 2nd, 1159. It's from 1981.
402?
Southern 2nd, 1159.
I apologize. I got to get out of this.
That's a seminal case, Your Honor, and I would just respect
402?
Southern 2nd, 1159, Florida, 1981. And I would just, as the gatekeeper, Your Honor, if the rule is that a member of a victim's family should not identify a victim at trial where non-related credible witnesses are available to make such identification, I would assume the predicate for making such a determination would be identifying that non-related credible witnesses are indeed unavailable, which would require the state to document its efforts in obtaining them.
Yeah, I believe that was already put on the record at sidebar as to those efforts that were made.
If that's what they wish to rest on, Your Honor, we would contend that it's insufficient. It was a declarative statement with no detail.
So in this case, though, that you're citing, it basically says it's clear from the record that the brother's identification testimony was not of such a nature as to evoke the sympathy of the jury or to prejudice the defendant, nor can we say that the brother's testimony was not necessary to establish the identity of the deceased beyond a reasonable doubt. Here, the neutral witness referred to by Welty were a fingerprint technician who testified that the prints from the victim's right hand matched the prints of Burkhalter on file with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. As a result, in April 1976, DWI arrested Burkhalter, a former member of the Castleberry Police Department who had arrested Burkhalter in '76 for DWI, and who identified Burkhalter from a 1976 mugshot taken at the time of the DWI arrest, even though Welty was willing to stipulate to the identity of the victim. This did not prevent the state from presenting additional relevant evidence to prove identity beyond a reasonable doubt. We find the trial court did not reversibly err in permitting this testimony.
It's not precluded in instances where it's necessary and they can establish a necessary predicate. They can't do so. And we're also inviting error by taking the risk that unfolds when the state has ample resources and time to go and find a witness that's suitable and comports with proper protocol.
Anything else?
Okay.
This is my thought. I wasn't, as I indicated, I wasn't aware of the rule previously. I've tried many homicide cases, and 90% of the time it's stipulated to, although I have had people testify as to the identity. I'm not certain whether they're family members or not, so I don't want to take that lead. I wasn't familiar with the case, but the case seems clear. It's not the preferred method. Don't do it. They're objecting to it. So at this juncture, I haven't heard exactly what efforts were made. I don't know if there are any other witnesses, so we're just going to table it for now. I want to hear whether or not you can have another witness testify as to a non-related credible witness testify as to the identity of the two victims, Mr. Williams and Mr. Thomas. Right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so do you have any other witnesses today?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so we're just going to adjourn now. How does this issue with the medical examiner, how's that going to play out?
We will address scheduling on that. I'm moving around witnesses right now for tomorrow. So we will be plenty of witnesses for tomorrow. I'm still juggling people around to fill in some of those gaps.
Awesome. Anything else to discuss, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
Nothing, sir.
All right, just bring the jury in, and I'm going to tell them we're done for the day.
Jury entering.
Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the presence of the defendant. The defendant is counsel, assistant state attorneys, ladies and gentlemen, the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be rather quick. My thought is that we're going to adjourn for the day. The next witness is going to be scheduled. There's a little issue that's come up, so the counsel is going to rearrange her witnesses, and she'll do that. We'll have a full day tomorrow. So we'll have a full day tomorrow, so we're going to adjourn a little early today. We'll see everybody back tomorrow at 9. Just remember the admonition, do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence, and certainly no research about the case, all right? I understand it's wet out there, so stay dry. Leave your notepads on chairs, hold on. Notepads on chairs, thank you. Nothing to discuss, correct?
No, sir.
All right, we'll see you all back tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're off the record, right?
Yes. Ms. Branton? You know where you're calling tomorrow? When you do, will you text either David or Raven?
What about you, sir?
Well, you'll text me. All right. Huh? I don't like
Everybody go. Yeah. Can't leave until we make sure we get all the evidence, right?
I'm not touching that.
I'm worried about you.
I don't blame you. I'm worried about myself too.
All right, thank you all. Have a good night.
Thank you, Jeff.
Tens of thousands of customers